Hello, Fambulem. Welcome again to Sierra Media Platform. We apologize for the break in transmission earlier due to some technical issues with the sound. Like T-Boy, they say, they want if we sound. We sound. They want which we voice. Now, lie, we not agree. So we truly apologize for that break there. And please continue for share with your network, friends, and family, and people that we know say we be the watch we cut off earlier. But we'll continue the program. T-Boy, welcome again, and tell Fambulem ado and what you would expect for today's program. What do you do so we make them want if we sound? Huh?
Papaya. Hey, me I don't know, but any talk you want for talk, and they telling you want for rikishi. We won't take rikishi. Now they then say, Oju Koko, na so
you want it.
Today you day tomorrow ya. You might not shout out party single.
Next tomorrow, now say you go there.
So, yeah, you there
tomorrow, you no.
Alright. Pamela Nakusha Nakabana, welcome back to yet another edition, version 2 of today's program. Real time, yeah. Sound is there, sound is not there. We'll talk about it. But anyway, welcome to you guys and welcome back again for being patient, because at the end of the day, without you guys, we wouldn't be here, and we appreciate the fact that you're able to log back on again and again and again and again and again, because until the time comes, we will not stop talking. So welcome. Over to you, Juma. Today's program, I don't know what you want to say.
Well, before we go for today's program, I'll talk about you look too pure for me comfort today.
What's in a pure? Also, I always look what on pure or unclean.
You can look fangadama most of the time like salon problem, but today you too look pure. So is this how you're gonna be ending the year or what?
No, at the end of the year with pure white for I go promise you from today I continue with white till the year done, because I want to be pure.
Pure. We want to continue from pure.
Meaning, if I change the white to something else, then I begin scared. But definitely, if I change the white to another again, bloody red, not the cow with next.
Red?
It means I am bloody.
Oh my goodness. All right, we don't want to see that. So continue for where white.
They go, like you come today. That's what you get for be like. But no. Definitely. Yeah. I have options, but I was looking at my option and I thought to myself, do I go white, black, red, green, yellow, blue? Let me go white, because I want to be very neutral today, and I want to be very neutral in the discussion, because I know all the people that begin feel otherwise.
You and neutral now they work in the same sentence.
Of course. Now controversy and talk about
yeah, exactly.
But guess what? I detect it.
All right. Well,
I be you opposition. You.
I would like that.
Really?
Who said you have to host me at this platform? Because you know one day host me.
Well, they host you now. Juma, welcome to the show.
Thank you. No, not today. I'm not prepared. You have to host me.
I didn't make late prepared. So hey, you want to notice it.
You have to host me.
Host you. Juma, welcome to the show. Viewers, today we have a guest in the studio, and it's none other than Muhammadu Juma Ba. Welcome to
don't put my name. If me parent the building that you the Kego Police Force, Muhammadu. No. Muhammadu Juma. Call her the full away, okay? The full away. Muhammadu Juma.
The full away, I'm not able to pronounce them because I don't get the accent.
Okay.
Muhammadu Juma Ba. Okay,
yes,
welcome to the program. So what are you on about today? Today, you don't see what's happening within the country sector of Usa Ude. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what make you there so today.
Mina Juma Ba, I deal with Sierra Media, and we therefore talk about issues really affect salon. So that's why I'm here, and we're going to push the program, go before small.
Okay, well, that's good. Nice to hear that. So, tell us what make you can really sit down so today for can talk about this particular program, because at the end of the day, I know you're a very busy man. Your schedules they're heavy. You get so many things they really run around, especially when at the States right now for yourself na diamond. So what is happening?
We there for talk about things where they bother with all, and obviously Yusuf as we can talk.
According
to the TRC.
I mean, stop.
Usai, if you not talk the truth,
stop.
You know, chemical say you are chemical, you know they work.
Femi, don't say I had for children at the interview bench.
You know they work, you know chemical say you are chemical.
No man, a simple question and answer, no man. Not so for
you know the chemical there.
You put story for me, begin chemical may go.
Now say me one chemical and the chemical, you know chemical, who say you are chemical.
I will never plan.
You want to go ask you, how do you want me to travel? By bicycle? A lie, not a walk. Now me they tell you a power for tell you. You ask the question no more. Me the answer, our answer.
Okay, next question. Why make them cut you off here just now? Because you be there on your prime trying to talk about the show, and then all of a sudden your voice go. What happens?
See, boy, you know the one which me voice.
And the one only we talk before come online.
Exactly. I mean, not predict that. Say, this dialect, the one which we voice, the one which we eye. We're not going to work. Anyway, let's go to serious thing.
This is not serious to the talk, sir.
So then I'll be
so
just.
So you are not serious. So
no, be the warm up.
If you're not so serious.
We'll be the warm up. But thank you so much. We'll be just a stall with that for let's get more people and for joining we again because we don't want to let people miss out. But like T-Boy said, today's going to be an interesting program. And it's an edition of Inside the Republic, how they go. And we program really specific on things that we make with Sidon Ayaso. Freedom of speech and freedom of expression and freedom for belong. To say you want for belong. And freedom for disagree. And freedom for say no, you know, now you're right. For able to exercise them. So those are the reasons why we are here today. We'll base the conversation on that specifically. But as soon as I know, Sierra Media, not so straight road. Where we come alongly, you know, take Wilkinson Road, we begin go, sometimes they don't reach, we decide now whether one for go down by Sykes Street or one for go up Savage Street. They will reach St. John, they decide now, so one go down Adelaide Street, one go Sanders Street, or one for go past Campbell Street for reach na Cotton Tree. So the road not is straight. No, so T-Boy.
We never get straight paths. It's what we do, but we get direction.
We get direction. We reach with destination.
Destination, sure.
Yeah.
So no matter who's can corner or do past, as long as we get to Sawa for GO DAE Insai.
Yeah. Right.
And so I'm thinking that we can use them corner in there because we want for make people understand. Say there is a straight path, and there are paths that you're not meant to be going through. If you do, you swag, and when you swag, you either capsize or you fall down.
Or you turn about.
What are the difference between capsize, fall down, and turn about?
A different one, T-Boy.
I'll make I ask you now. Not you get the program to let me the interview.
No. Capsize we not expect. You breathe like a rat.
What's the English word for capsize? Ask
Femi. Femi, I'm not the English teacher.
Now you talk to.
I don't know if that capsize be the capsize now.
No. That the pronunciation is different from the word where they talk about. So Femi,
right.
Capsize.
So I don't know whether Femi na the capsize na aqua on a tonobo kitonabo or a
aqua. That's true.
Yes. Anyway, Canada. So T-Boy don't ask what's the English pronunciation for capsize. You know. Because T-Boy talks, so, you know, before they continue, let God get good. My best friend, you know, so, you know, they grew up with a joke. So now ask, see how they call being grown by English. Yeah, that's in the end up cause fats. And I've been bet them too. They, you know, bet serious, right? Why I say fat, you know, end up some fat. But you know, these are the things there because growing up, you get forget thick skin. You always get for prepare because you don't know side and they can't come out by you with certain things. They look at your weakness now, then they hit more. But the fat all, now just that quick minute people they can impart. If they're not left by you, game over. Now big the end pants man, all the sit on back we eat. You know, so my friends still they can think how they call being grown by English. So
what are they?
Oh, I'm a friend anyway. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Fambulem, so we talk about, we say inside the Republic, how they go. We deliberate with the topic, say freedom of speech is threatened. Opposition politicians arrested for speaking up. The last 24, 48 hours in Sierra Leone, don't become something else. And I'm sure even the people that will be Sidom, say they're not neutralist, we say we not mix pan politics, let them try the or everything na politics na salon. It look like then self don't they get fed up. And it is sad for country. So one for bring this conversation come up, because if we say people know they talk, and the one that way possibly go grab and talk, they're not sure of their safety. So like just like how the late Idi Amin been say, he say, with that he's saying, Tibo and Femi, say your freedom of speech is guaranteed, but your freedom after speech, is not guaranteed, something like that. So you get freedom of speech, now you're right, but your freedom after speech is not guaranteed. And we all know when then they try for make comparison of despot leaders, leaders their way they harass them people, them way they rule with iron fists, way all the negative things them about somebody where they lead or rule a country. When Africa, the case studies are the likes of Idi Amin. We are not saying everything that they said about him was correct, but if they're liking you to that or any situation to that, it's concerning. Not also, T-Boy?
So, very much so concerning. But again, if you see people and begin think down that line, make you just believe, say, things don't get to the extreme. Because people will not have that sort of thinking if it is just like every other normal occurrence will happen every other day. We people then go feel, so, oh yeah, this is normal. But when it goes beyond reality, beyond normality, and then people start to think, this is not something equivalent to what happened in Uganda, so this is not something equivalent to what happened in Rwanda, so this is not something equivalent to what happened in Liberia, so people start making comparison because it reminds them of some of these atrocities that have happened in different parts of West Africa or in Africa that we are possibly started to see in Sierra Leone. So in that regards, people start to juggle back their memories. So it not just happen overnight. It is a consistent way of doing things that reminds people of what has happened over the years in different countries, or possibly inside Sierra Leone anyway. So yeah, I agree with you.
Right. And like you stated, these are things the way people in the sense, we know one, they're not they compare because they want, but we know one will go back to the era, then days. Let's bring and come fast forward. I don't want anybody to misquote me. And I'm making comparison again because this is now waiting happen. And people, we don't hear people understand that again. Okay, even our platform now to say we no want to go back to waiting lead me to the 11 years war. Not so, T-Boy?
Yeah.
Right. And with that, if you remember, before the war starts na Salon, we officially, though small skirmishes, they don't happen, they people and they come, fire gun or what you call them, then they say, oh, na thief no more than can't thief. Then go. But when officially they announced the war, what was the statement? That the thing will be popular in Salon, where the war start in Liberia, or where the war been they go in Liberia. What was the saying? Or if Salon not taste the bitterness of war,
we're not going to what's in water like.
No, Salon no go better. That was the saying, because that shows the level of desperation and frustration where people and me don't they go through. Those were the saints then. And unfortunately, we experience the bitterness and the worst form of war, you know, in African history, for as far as we can recall. They called it a civil war. They mark officially, say about 50,000 people die over the period of time. 50,000, not a small number. Right, Steve Boy?
No, it's not small. That is more than 5 villages if you make comparison. Possibly even more than 10 villages in Sierra Leone. Or even more than 20 villages in Sierra Leone.
And Steve Boy, people not just die, but when they see the sign, when they see the hallmark of the war every day in the streets of Freetown, we will not recover anytime soon for that 11 years day. And the impact with the SIA, whether you get family way directly affected or not, but we are paying the price today. Just like how you said the last time, you come on Kono, right? And when you go Kono back, you never recognize Kono. I went to Kono for the first time after the war. I think it was 2010 or 11, T-Boy. Imagine the war then declared over 2002, right? So I went there 8 years later. I can feel waiting happened. I went to Bompe between Bo and Moyamba, a small village where they are 16 miles off Bo, for the first time in my life. But when I reached there, you feel waiting happen during the war. Of course, they not during the war, but they travel, you know, different parts of the country. I worked with war victims. I worked with perpetrators of the war. Well, I mean, all factions, Kamajors, military, captured ex-combatants, child soldiers, all the different perpetrators them and victims them, child mothers. So we know waiting war time like. The reason why I mention this, because sometimes they will not know the weight of words, and we can ready for bio-biotic, which you can say now small piece 9 day.
Full bid.
9 day full bid, exactly. So we have to start talking about these things, T-Boy. People may not see the relevance with which they talk, but this is how it started, okay? People were frustrated. No, so T-Boy, you tell me your experience, you know.
Well, my own statement to that is simple. Where you get picking away not see the gruesome part of the war as alone, they will not understand what is war. And I will say a big chunk of the population right now in Sierra Leone not actually see the consequences of waiting the war be actually talic. They are just seeing the living examples of some of the atrocities of the war remains, either amputees or people who don't possibly burn their houses down. They might be thinking this is what Freetown was like, this is what Kono was like, this is what Kailon used to be like, this is what Kenema used to be like, but it's not the same. But for the fact say they were kids then, they don't know exactly what are some of the things that will happen, physical harm, physical destruction, and not talk about the emotional one then, because now the physical one and first, now impossibly you're able to foresee. But now the emotional ones them and the one in which psychological don't begin actually come out. So basically, again, the reminder of the psychological things that we happen to people that we actually see the gruesome part of the war. Now they're not the one that we're afraid right now. Now the one that we're scared right now. Now the one that we see the reactions of waiting bring the war initially. So that's the concern. Because when you have the younger generation, we possibly not witness the war or not see the impact of the war, they don't know what war is like. They only see it in movies. That's why they're concerned. These are
not the normal salon dance.
It's normal, but it isn't. Yeah. So as much as things being so bad, things were so deprived within those years, but it was still not as bad as who we reached towards the war era. So we got to look at the reason why people in the field say, oh, well, this is a reminder of what may happen. But again, I'm not surprised. I always say this, I am not surprised. I haven't been in a position where I was expecting much to happen, because I am not.
Well, you're right. And so we don't talk about how conversation waiting people be the talk, but waiting a lot of people be they communicate at the time now for say things are really bad. Things are going pear-shaped. They're not be they say we really want war in our country, but they were sounding the alarm bells. But no one was listening. People let me they trivialize the issues then. Okay, that was the bottom line. They were sounding it. People let me they talk. It become a normal conversation. If we not taste the bitterness of war, salon no go better. But people not be know. That means say that they tell us salon is really bad. That we are in the brink of a collapse state. We will bring calm civil unrest, because can say when someone is desperate, when they are angry. And a hungry man is an angry man. And when a man is angry, they become what? Desperate. And when someone is desperate, then he resorts to anything. Any and everything. Because you don't push somebody to the wall, they rebound, you don't know how they come back. Like that rubber fact, that rubber fact poking ball. Where you send them at the wall, where they come back, you don't know why they come. So that's exactly what it was. Then we see the result. We transition presidents, we transition governments. May his soul rest in perfect peace, and let God sorry for him for his mistakes. The late Tijan Kaba. He came, and they call him transition president because he came where we still been in a war, but during an era, now then declare the war over. At that time, the war become really gruesome, yeah? But what did happen? People were still desperate, things like that. And the frustration make everybody begin to talk and sing. Not also T-Boy?
Yep.
What did he say? Oh, no, now people say, look, clamp on them, look, this, that. What did he say? What was his statement?
They sing as long as they're not going to bush for take weapon for come back effects.
Right. Why? Because say freedom of speech, not a check somebody in close. Right? Freedom of speech, not a born oath. Freedom of speech, they kill people. But if you allow you suppress people for talk, you're not going to know how then they feel. You're not going to know what then they feel, and you're not going to know what then they think, and you're not going to know what then get for do. Now act, some of them go act. And you don't know how they go act. Waiting at the result we'll get. We don't know. It can go either way. But if the person they talk, you already don't know in belly word, not so.
Yep.
What people can say, I know let person know me belly word.
They say Naki belly make you talk.
Exactly.
Belly make you talk. Because when I can say you belly word, now the word will sit down within you, we're not able for just say all the time. But again, if you allow people to talk out what the way they feel or how they feel or what they think, at least you know where they're coming from. If you're genuine enough, you'll be able to know how to react to some of their views.
At least you don't know first how they feel.
Yeah, sure.
Right. So if the president during war will be get state of emergency, the longest state of emergency, because that one was justified because it was during a war situation. You understand? Still, value, freedom of speech. So let them be, let them talk. We're not going to say it was a perfect time, but at least as a leader, he pronounced it. You understand? For say they arrest people, and definitely yes. For say they trample on certain people and the freedom of speech, definitely yes. But not to that state where as person sneeze, because cut nose man in a tongue, and not for sneeze, even if I smell pepper, see boy?
No, why not? It's your right to sneeze.
That's it. But if I sneeze, me genuine sneeze, because I get allergy, me not possibly they sneeze, dust, this, that. So why I sneeze now? You say that because that person get cut nose now they provoke. Hey, boy. But you the cut nose man, where you not even get nose, you are allowed to sneeze. But me, we get allergy, I not for sneeze.
Well, again, if you not say you get allergy, not going to have a problem. But anyway, that's just a statement. But to be very honest with you, what you don't say, are clear cuts. Because at the end of the day, people therefore understand few concepts. One, now the fact say, the freedom of saying things as you feel like saying them, and we're not necessarily feeling abuse or insult or anything, you have the right to your opinion and your views. That should not be a crime. Because when I think of something that I'm not agreeing with, and I have the right to agree or disagree with you, except if it is not a law-binding thing where not say my freedom hasn't been threatened. Because as far as I'm concerned, everybody have the right to their opinion, everybody have the right to their views, everybody have the right to agree and disagree, regardless of the person on the opposite end. And you know me say, because of now you dey give me food every day, anything you say I for agree, even though we're wrong. I for ready for starve to death if I not agree with that particular thing the way you want for do, and we me not in favor of. And if you choose say, well, I go starve you to death, if now the only person will feed me, I have a choice to make. Either I become an hypocrite to you and smile to you as if I am happy with what you're saying, but I'm not, just because I want to survive, or I rather keep me pride and tell you, say, I rather die, but I will not support you in whatever you're doing because I'm not in favor of it, or that's not me. So these are the options that we have, but they're not open. So I was about to say these are options, but they are not open options that we have because the current state of which we live right now is limited. So I am thinking, if I have an opinion, will I be arrested for that? And I'm thinking, if I disagree to something when also law, will I be arrested for that? If I agree about something when also law, will I be arrested for that? So we might not even know the facts of why I will be arrested in Sierra Leone currently. Because if 10 people in Waka pass this road, they all 10 break the law, but none of them were arrested. And I walk down that road and I break the same law where 10 people and they break, but me then get for arrest me. That is pure discrimination. Because I will ask the question, what happens to 10 people with us? We're not actually wearing their socks properly. Why na me no more una pick on? Now me no more able to see. And then I will come to line the other 10 people and back again say, well, if I arrest equally, so arrest all the way. Oh no, they arrest them, but they arrest you. But why? We already also commit the same crime. Why can't you arrest all of us?
Right.
That is the problem I have.
Right. And you're absolutely right, because you don't even know what to do and what not to do in Sierra Leone for you to get into trouble anymore. You don't know. Like you see, the simple question we ask, say, if I disagree with something because I feel strongly about it, and I'm a right for disagree, I will be arrested for that. If I agree with something, whether good or bad, then go arrest me for that. So we're in a dangerous situation in our country. So if we say freedom of speech threatened in Sierra Leone, freedom of speech is under threat.
It's more than under threat because we don't even know what it is anymore.
Right. So the definition, the universal definition for freedom of speech not exists in Sierra Leone.
No. Again, what's in a freedom of speech? What would you classify as a freedom of speech for an individual or a citizen of a particular country? Freedom of speech is not insult.
Correct.
Freedom of speech is not disrespectful. Freedom of speech is just about me telling you
how I feel
about the way I feel.
Yeah.
Or how I feel about the way you're treating the next person. Or how I feel about an ideology where I'm not buying to. Or how I feel about how I want to express myself about this particular thing. If I'm not there for insult you or disrespect you or just tell you, okay, sorry, my views, Najuma, I'm not going to listen to you because what you're saying to me is not making any sense. Why should that be a crime?
Exactly. That's how you feel. You express your opinion. I don't know T-Boy in position. Say, it's for me now to engage T-Boy and say, okay, T-Boy, why you not want to engage? Why you not think, say, this? So my approach to T-Boy go sit down and we'll discuss this thing. And then we agree for disagree. Possibly we strike a compromise. Not necessarily say T-Boy go still believe in waiting I say, but he go say, okay, for the public good, in the interest of, I go ready for compromise, or you know what? Let's negotiate. Why can't we meet halfway?
You don't negotiate freedom of speech. That's a different thing you're talking about now.
No, what I mean, the thing where you don't express. Then the issue around where we disagree is the issue now. Now they talk about. You understand? Okay. So we negotiate now on that issue there. We either gladdy or we not gladdy. But we're able to find a common solution. Because salon, not to anybody in Papa get salon. Sabi that slang that you say now you Papa get here. You feel say now you Papa get here. You Papa be done by this country. Not to nobody in Papa get salon. Now we all get salon. According to
Papa get salon.
Not to Papa get salon. Now we all get salon.
Okay. Now Juma, this is simple.
See exactly.
Look at the emphasis of the word.
And imagine when you refer to Papa.
Thank you.
And with it call up. Yeah? Now you Papa gets here. Not so nobody Papa gets salon. Then you say now you Papa na I say not so you Papa gets salon. Now we all Papa get salon. Why somebody for feel offended by that? Or T-Boy come back say you self not so you Papa get salon. Well, for vex. Because I mean first tell T-Boy say or through a statement where T-Boy take personal, say, and I had a refer to, but I say now you Papa get, I mean say now the whole you, how they use you. Now you not to na Papa this that. So the guy say, simple example like that. Why for ton problem?
Because not so simple example. Now hard example, I make it some problem. But again, the perception of the way people read into things is quite different from the way people say it. And the way you're saying things sometimes can be misread by other people. Right. So, for example, if I say, "Now your Papa knows this," it's different from what I say, "Now your Papa knows this." But the amount of anger and frustration will make her say the word. Now, because I want to express to you, say, there is no way on earth you for tell me so that your Papa didn't get this because not your Papa gets that. Exactly. So that anger in any make her talk to you that way. But if we're having a normal conversation and then you're saying, Juma, anyway, now what can you Papa get this house? I'm Papa, I get this, I get that. Then I said, oh, okay, so you prepare the cooking and so. But if I say to you, Juma, what do you want to talk, man?
You start looking for
Thank you.
Yes.
As you talk that way, so the response is different straight away.
Correct. But still, you express yourself, no? So, like you say, the context, let this deal with it.
But the same way how I express myself, that is same way how the person communicates to me.
Exactly.
Because on the basis of the communication that they react to. In a peaceful situation, everything else that happens there is peaceful. And if somebody becomes arrogant and somebody becomes corruptive or want to disrupt the environment, then you know for say this particular person now repeated offender where they always try to disrupt whatever peaceful.
Okay.
That's different.
So you know what's in with the seas na salon right now. You know you big toe. You know that me boot working take dance lantern. Yeah, but people don't know if it's in a lantern again, like we say. You see? You get the generation we don't know about lantern. But that me boot, sabi that me boot working dance lantern with. The youth team up, you know, see like for where you have back, police or sees team up. They are take that me boots there. I can mass you big toe. I not just mass I'm a pull mo. I mass I continue for the press day. Then you they look me, they try for Allah. They are all you accuse you to go back and say T-boy not Allah. You know for I they mass you big toe, but they tell you not for Allah. Now that kind of situation they would in the country right now. Simple. Then they mass with big toe with that iron boot. You sabi that big soldier boot.
I know I'm that.
Yes. Then
can you imagine say you go mask somebody like that day, you know what make it talk?
Yeah, they say let the person not Allah, not for screaming, not for turning, not for grumble, nothing, not Allah. But they continue for mass you big too.
It's practically impossible.
Yes.
Because if you don't suppress the voice, the way the voice they come out with everything.
Exactly.
So you know what they come out with in the way they expect safe.
Right. So we they broke this conversation on this thing about freedom of speech. We they pull on the weight man book, begin bring them simple example here for let we understand how possible is that if not correct thing. And like we let me see somebody make a statement here. Kate. Yeah, Kate says it's like you have a 17-year-old as a parent and you do not want him or her to express their concern in the house. What do you think is going to happen? They are going to rebel. Thank you so much. Now, the same thing talk about now, not so. When you take that rubber fact, you whap at the wall, where they come back, you don't even know. You know? Anne-Marie said, T-boy don't say a line.
Not on me, oh.
Yes.
I say T-boy, now you name me push this.
Anne-Marie, you're right. Now T-boy go right. You just need to type.
You see?
You know. Now also correct. Now I add my name. The T-boy and I don't say a line. You know. Yes. So continue. No, continue.
No, but you see, what you say so, we they break down the freedom of speech to the layman's idea for me to understand. I mean, look able for come to the topic itself and give you fine direction of what we want for go at. Now, for me to understand, like people understand the concept, say people are saying freedom of speech is not freedom of speech. I don't understand what that means. Okay, so if you say to me, your freedom of speech is not freedom of speech, what does that really mean? Because as far as me concerned, freedom of speech is to have the willingness without under any pressure of any kind for say the way you feel and think without insult or abusing or disrespecting anyone. But if the context at which you respond for expressing freedom of speech is already being filtered to you in a negative way, that's exactly how you're going to respond. Because the freedom of speech comes with sanity. Not any form of insanity, not any form of abuse, not any form of what's not the other word that we are going to use? We go make more sense. Femi, give me some adjective then, please, Abik. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, Femi, give me some adjective. Man, don't begin to shake. They ask you simple question. You don't begin feel for can't talk because no left you first.
Right. So, foot of state say freedom of speech is a divine right. God has never stopped shrine from talking or running of what they wish. Example. So again, where then keep talking sabi the Bible, the Quran, and what they say about the Quran, where they say kind of waiting at the first chapter, they say for read no so.
So when
you read, it can for read. When you read now for waiting, you read, you're able to express yourself, you're able to communicate, no so. You're able to express yourself. Because when you read, you understand, you're able to express yourself. Seek knowledge. Whether they talk about the Bible, whether they say, what they say, them create in different nations, people they talk in different tongues or languages. Not so? Now for waiting. So you're able to express yourself in your own way. Yeah. How you feel. Yes. If God will all man turn mumu, if he get the power for turn we mumu, that means so even that they say for be still do the non-verbal one for express.
I mean, there are different sign language in different parts of the world. It's not the same.
Exactly.
So basically, even the dumb, the deaf, can also communicate in their own ways. We're not the same way when they use the same language all over the world. So God not just make things to happen the way you think. It makes things to happen because that is how He don't design we human beings for live. Whether we agree or not, whether we like it or not, that's exactly the way He don't design we for live. So we not get for look at we self now and say, if God has made me this way, why do I have to change that way? Yes, you can change your ways, you can change your looks, change whatever, but we all know what's in the repercussion of changing anything that you are born with, changing anything where God said, this not you. Because the repercussion is thinking it can weigh more than the actual benefit. So we have to look at anything very carefully. Look at the one the way they wash with life.
Right. So Pambulo, they come out, to the opposition. Pambulo, just they break this first segment, let us understand. And again, the approach or waiting at the end result, what do you aim to achieve where you feel say you go suppress people for let them not exercise the way they feel about something or let them not share their opinion? You want for silence everybody. What do you aim to achieve? And because disruption. Because if all man set much, they not talk, they'll be concerned, right? Because this, you see, the reason they say this is not a mistake. Where the people where they design their strategy, I say, Lord, not allow them let them talk. Waiting you they hide. That's where they cover. Waiting you they hide where no let people and talk about. You they make the people and become much more curious now for find out. Because they go on for now. Why we not for talk about this thing? What is so special about this thing that you don't want follow we talk about that?
Well, Juma, I possibly did think about what you're saying, and I'm thinking now, why should people not have the right to say things? And if then they say I'm safe, then for say I'm with some amount of control.
Yeah, measured way.
Yeah, and not just amount of control, even the environment within the say I'm there for being mindful. Because if you break any of them kind rules there, so you know how they talk, how they talk, who they talk to, then it means you will fall short of that particular statement you make.
Right. So you know why I ask this question? Because under normal circumstances, Sierra Leoneans, we know how to blah, 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 quick, eh? Then we turn into joke, no, so we normalize them. We forget but life goes on, right? Normally. But now, it reaches a situation, this particular example, like the midterm census, for example, where now we therefore can base this conversation on, people begin to talk this thing small. the government become, desperate and become militant and become so defensive that they don't want to let people talk about them. Then what's happen now, the voice system, where we usually know the hear, when at the international community, because say, most of them memo or letter or things them. The normal salon person not care about that, right?
No.
We not care about them. As far as we're concerned, okay, we listen 98.1 this morning, we listen this breakfast show in the morning, where they go work. Whatever they talk about it, then Annette, we listen the obituary them, you understand? Then watch one future film, not also they can call it future film.
When you make mention that, I think people spend more time listening to obituary than actually listening to what's in the happen at the country.
Exactly. So that not normally, right? So, and now with the advent of entertainment, so man, now we grab na one way they go, now they listen to their audio them, a shifter, a laugh the way we want for laugh about, a cry the way about one for cry about, a forward the way we want for forward to incompetent. They laugh about them. All man go in normal business. But now, people have become inquisitive, say, then go find the World Bank their letter. Then throw away another, say, okay, well, this not so we no more they talk. Now, even the World Bank and EU self don't talk about this midterm census, say, this thing not good. So it make people now become curious more and want to find out more waiting they behind this thing. But the interesting thing, T-Boy, the government not want to let the ordinary salon person talk about the midterm census for share their opinion. But you want them for go team up or then at the host for let them go count them. Like when you say they have to be measured. No, your role, for talk nothing, but you for ask question. You understand? Just sit on a use where they can count you answer the question, and that is only now you only roll that one deep and this whole census. Sit down and use, not ask question, you not get right for talk nothing. But T-Boy, when the World Bank come and throw away the letter, pie, what do we see? The Minister of Finance express on behalf of the government, in a letter for express their dissatisfaction as a government, how they're disappointed in the World Bank. World Bank don't support them till this term. Waiting World Bank, they can't say now they're not ready. Then we say everything they in place. One of the line the way the letter, the Minister of Finance say, they remind the country representative or country director of the World Bank for say, they remind and say, in a governor of the World Bank, on behalf, because every country, the Minister of Finance, they sit, yeah? So they remind, I want to remind you that I'm, the governor, one of the governors of the bank, of the World Bank. But you say, the ordinary salon person, not for remind you, say, not so you papa gets the country. Now they put you there, you na Minister of Finance, you na President, you na Head of Statistics Sierra Leone, because they vote for una government. So they remind World Bank. But let the people of Sierra Leone remind una, say, them feel, say, this na wasted resources. One. Why they smile?
And the smile number continue.
Okay. The second one, the Head of Statistics Sierra Leone, he get the journalist there, that press conference where you like, where they happen every day, the Ministry of Information.
I don't think you press conference for.
Right. So, Professor Malam O. Usman Sankor, they call her that fine name there. They get at the journalists there all. He able for express and one for share all these good things to journalists and for let them go cascade and for let them go share them to the rest of the world. Say, this is the reason why they do this census. They begin break things then down, they explain.
And I no more get rights there.
Now no more get rights because they work for government. the president appoint her, but the people no get right for ask question. Why on the can country? So, are you doing it on behalf of the people, or you want to brainwash them, or why really if it be one-way traffic? Because right now, two-way also.
The traffic not get lights.
Exactly. And what thing will happen if traffic not get lights? Then all man they going without it happen.
There are conflicts.
Accident
Accident go happen.
Yeah, all man they crash and a problem.
Nobody know when for stop and move.
Right. So this is how we are where we are today, and people don't continue for talk, but we see now. And the reason why we talk about, say, opposition politicians arrested for speaking up, because we don't talk about this freedom of speech, freedom of association, or your right for associate to say one be. But people they limit the conversation to politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or because they get corruption, so now because they catch them on corruption, I make. But this is not a national issue. It not get nothing for do with the past government, would that be done serve or would that not serve. It not get nothing for do with corruption. It gets for do with something within the Constitution of Sierra Leone. It gets something for do with and say the president, the Constitution get a mandate for call census from time to time. But traditionally, and always things don't happen from where we sabi. We be glad when they count. No, so first. Yep. Mm-hmm. All man they glad. They say they don't count me. Then kind of mark yours. Then put a sticker there. I remember the way they put them blue sticker. They write the date and all of that. People they glad say because let them not count. You say one block say them count now. Because you want to. Exactly. You want to feel belonged. You want to feel part of the process. It was joy. It was a national issue. All man, they talk about her. You're happy that in country picking them.
But a good way to make mention of this stuff, because I watched some video a couple of days ago where the person they say, if they not count you doing census, it means you will not have access to a driver's license. You will not have access to passports. You will not have access to free education. You will not have access to scholarships being given to people.
It's all not lie.
Okay.
It's all lie.
Continue.
So you don't see whether they misinform and mislead, including the head of statistics here.
Just continue.
Yeah. So it's a lie. Of course, when you give that, it will be for if na sober country, I put if condition, if na sober country, then go able for cater for people in terms of resources. But with waiting the audit report, they show so the equation of balance. But that's not tomorrow conversation.
Sure.
Tomorrow. So when they go here today of ambulance, tomorrow audit report and other issues they will deal with. So today not this. But we just want for say, if the equation be balanced, say when you count me village, now we 500 in a year, and we don't know for say the country, the national plan for healthcare, say every 5 miles there has to be a health center or a medical facility, and every chiefdom we get up to 1,000 people supposed to get their own primary and secondary school. Then we go understand. But here is a situation wherein they count you, they not count you, above. Now by God in power. You know me say if una boku una go get.
Una might as well boku. Sometimes you go for somebody you really come.
No, it better alone not boku, because if una boku, una no if they not even consider una, because at the beginning member say if you go and do for the solar balance, they not go to the one they not boku.
True. That's true.
That's what happens in the country. So Nameka they say they are misleading people, But the reason I make law go back to the opposition politicians. So this is a situation wherein it's a national issue. They came out because they don't sound the alarm bell, say something not smell right.
Yeah, but what warrants the arrest?
So they came out.
They don't highlight that months ago anyway. Right. So it was just about going through the process. But again, they gave them deaf ears and don't pay attention to them because they thought.
So because I mean, Phil says still the government go reconsider. But when
no, not government. They feel say World Bank will reconsider because as far as they're concerned, if World Bank approve, nobody can stop them. So that's the only reason why they actually neglect or ignore the voices of the opposition. And
no, I mean the opposition be they talk, feel say the government go say a reason for reconsider.
The opposition know for quite sure say the government need to consider because otherwise they mean for don't just talk elephant.
Right.
But for the fact that they insist and then hold several and series of meetings and conferences and workshops and make sure say this process we will now for go through so now flawed process and we don't already highlight and say it is not needed, but you guys are keep holding meetings and agendas set alongside this same issue, then we have the sit down panel look we see now what's in the happen.
Right. And again, there is another thing because the government keep talking about constitution, say, or the constitution give mandates to the president. Yes. But the statistics is, and one of the committees them now with political parties, okay? You have to consult with them, sit down with them prior to, not so when you don't make the decision, or way before you make the decision, because the census is a national issue, okay? And obviously it affects politics. So you for don't sit down with them way before for discuss. So now go then at the same line, just like how we they talk earlier, we go disagree there, but then sometimes we go negotiate around the issue, we strike compromise, and then meet a middle ground. Okay? Or una say at least una don't follow within a due process, within the same law una the court say the president gets, una don't follow them. But it seems as if the government, what they have always done since April 4th, I can keep emphasizing on that date, since April 4th, 2018, now reverse direction. Then they want for can consult. After they don't do that. And in the same process when they consult, they not they wait for input from the other people, then they continue with them process. So people need to understand this because then they say, hey, you know, opposition parties, they are bitter, they don't want for let the country go before then they sabotage the government. 2018 to date. And this is what's causing the frustration. The Allah constitution where it work for you. But constitution not important where it not in your personal interest. So because politicians then done the T-boy, don't try for send messages different with them, don't write letter and don't this and don't that. It resulted to using the power of the media, new media. Madam Femi Claudius Cole do several interviews. Let's start first with Dr. Dennis Bright. You know, we know how outspoken he is and all that. He expressed, say, their own political party, the NGC. The NGC no mix. And then they tell their members, say, the thing is flawed, and then they tell their members they let them not participate. Madam Femi Claudius Cole, now a senior politician by virtue of her being, you know, a presidential candidate for the Unity Party and leader of the Unity Party, one. Secondly, in a key member of the coalition of all political parties. Himself expressed during an interview in a 98.1, just like how T-Boy, the head of statistics Sierra Leone, in a press conference, try for justify why they needed a midterm consensus. It's the same way Madam Femi Claudius Cole sat on an interview, na 98.1, and try for explain why you not think say it is necessary and in the interest of the country. And he talk simple thing. He say, count me, not count me if na police case. Simple question. Now I ask, T-boy, I they count you.
Not count me.
I lie, you lie, I can go police.
No problem.
If you not really count you.
No problem.
Simple thing. So she became a target because of that.
No, but why? Why will you target someone because of the way they think? Because as far as me concerned, I'm going to be counted. Okay, I don't want to be counted. All right, fine, no problem. If we not count you, you derail the process of the statistics. We won't forget that. What's in the process of the statistics? We won't forget that in the first place. So
that is the thing. Remember, was it last week or a couple of weeks ago, they do a program. What was the word you say when we have a situation? What do you do? Root cause analysis.
Yeah.
You try for go into the problem. Why Madam Femi Claudius Cole say, you know, not count me. In sober institution, in a sober government, where grass they grow quick, now you yard, you know, they just look at the grass where they grow, because that grass now waiting, it's just the symptom now you see on top.
Mm-hmm.
You want for know waiting then at the roots. Why make this grass they grow? If I pull this root, the grass go continue for grow, or you know go continue for grow. So like you ask the question, why?
Because the process, well, okay, you only have a process when you can validate the process.
Thank you very much.
You only validate the process when you don't encounter flaws of the process before you validate them for make you get a process. But if you have a process, okay, we they say let we follow due process when it comes to governance issue, right? Okay, but why is governance not following due process when it comes to them? But we for accept them and let we follow the due process because that is what they think. But when they self first before they start any kind of process, then they follow the due process before they start that process there. So if you have failed to comply to your obligations and you expect me to comply to your obligations, even though when you know that you have failed to comply to your own obligations, what do you expect me for say? I have the tendency now to say, sorry, my dear, or sorry, sir, or sorry, madam. I am not going to adhere to your own ways of doing things because you haven't followed the process initially when you start them. How you buy the host? You for don't raise money for buy the host, but you don't raise money for buy the host. So you can't tell me say well you get 10,000. How you raise this 10,000? Not your business. Well, sorry, I didn't tell me host give you because me own mandate say I not for tell me host give anybody when they show me how he raise the money for buy me host because my host now private property. But if government want for buy them, I for no side government pull the money for buy them because I want like everybody benefit in the community say now so this money come on for make them buy this thing because of all man for benefit. So if you not tell me and you refuse for tell me, so I don't need for ask you not to be concerned that one day, then sorry. Now myself your right for tell you say as equally as you say you have the rights and it's not my concern to question you, then it should be my right. And it should not be your concern if I make a choice not to be part of what you're doing. Why is that a crime?
Right. So that's the question. So we still we still ask the why. And if you want to do your analysis of that root cause of the problem, you continue for ask why. Until you're able to get to the bottom of it. You can't just say because T-boys say no count me. Means you for arrest T-boy. Arresting T-boy, taking T-boy to the police station is not the solution to your problem. So how we know that? Anna Femi Claudius Cole and Dr. Dennis Bright, right? Now, two people they don't mention, so high-profile politicians in our country. Then we see Madam Finda Diana Konoman, she did a video. Okay? And the reason make you do video, possibly, you're not going for able to go talk to all man, now decide way in commot or people that way no say for support. So she did a video, it communicates to people them. Say, me not think say this census right. Una not participate to. What do? You invite them na CID. Say for go Monday because of the video we do. You not ask her why I do the video. Just like I not ask Femi Claudius Cole, you not ask Dr. Dennis Bright. So Tibo, you make example. You see, now we talk now, so we hope people then go they pay attention because with the broke and we can come back. Tibo been say, if 10 person pass now this road, you know, arrest the none for the same waka they waka. When they waka on the road, they waka left, right, stay them pass. The way T-boy come for campus. Instead waka the same left, right. As he reach middle, you like see they arrest him, like go police. How you let T-boy feel? And the reason we can say that because World Bank themselves say no. We don't mix census again. And the World Bank, you're not even able. Because then they give you the money for go do the work. Now they don't give you the money.
For do the assessments.
For do the thing. They agree with you because...
And you eat the money for the assessment. Then you can't give World Bank black paper.
They eat the money.
But you feel to say they will go do assessment and not give them money.
Oh, so because they eat the money, I make them not meet all the technical things the way they put say they're supposed for me.
Thank you, because again, you can go do your assessment before you do the census, right? Mm-hmm. If me they fund you, I will have to do you a favor for like a give you part payment. Okay, I forgive you 50 pounds for do this project, but guess what? You need to do some research for this project. So I give you 5 pounds first for go do the research. With the hope that when you come back with the research, I'll be able to evaluate your research and say, well, okay, you're ready now to go and do the project. You have the balance 45 pounds.
Well, T-boy, all that points then are gonna therefore come to that because you see, we don't ask why, so we don't begin to get aid by the case because World Bank now say, but you don't arrest World Bank. You don't arrest nobody in a World Bank.
You case?
Yes. You
the
know,
handcuff go too big.
You wait it?
The handcuff go too big.
Let me say the handcuff for the World Bank it go too big. They not make a aid.
No,
I like that.
No, not a handcuff. Now,
Koboko. All right. So, you know, arrest World Bank for waiting talk, and then you what again waits. Because not to salon no more.
Now then your word self now they make nothing like for happen. Now look who say so.
Exactly.
Well, you know,
and then
because
and
now,
World
now
Bank
they are the most highest form of defense. So say
right.
nothing la.
And World Bank, they not just tell you say with a pull out, they even tell you say because of experience. Because now they send technical people into now. For can help una, then send technical people and based on which una ask for the justification where una give why una want for the midterm census. They say okay. You know, we not so not equipped better because all the time we can send technical heads because we don't get experiences in other parts of the country where sometimes get similar situation like una. So let them help una. So una no go make the mistakes them where other country they don't make one or una make the mistakes they won't be make 2015. So they send you people and they report where they get back. The people then say una not ready yet because there are so many things. Una they far away for una be able to be prepared for do a midterm census. That's one. Two, then tell una say, even if we give una this money, the balance money, the 45 leons, where T-boy say, 45 pounds for full up the 50 pounds. If we give una the data where una they carry it, it no get for be credible. It no go meet, it no go even achieve what's in our end goal because technically una not prepare and una no get so many things them in place where for able for enable una forget the credible data. But
yeah, una different language. We go able for enable una. We go able for enable una. It means we go able for help, for make una able for achieve. They are looking at the practical, physical being, not the technical thing where Femi sabi pass all thing we would do in this space here. So, but guess what? But when Femi feel to say technicality is not to be compared with physicality, that's where we fail. Because the technical skills where you need sometimes, not even need a physical, manual way of doing things. When I just the click of the mouse has been already, it on there in place already. Yeah. So basically, all you have to do, you don't have to go begin pull wire, put wire, connect here, screw here, and bullshit, because already it's been done. So then they call it technical team now, where they can assess your mindset of the people and who are physically they can put in the platform for run this thing. Because not all the physical action itself, now the mindset, the technical mindset of these people, they're not ready yet. Can you imagine census 2 days to go, 9 people and they go do training?
Right.
So you tell me which amount of technical skills they go put in you, where you get for go do like possibly a week or 2 of training before you begin physically do a mock assessment of what they don't go train you for.
And every scenario different, every community different, every demographic different. You get forget language barrier, a whole lot of things the way for deal with. Then tell you say, you know what, una not ready yet, so not rush this thing. But you say no, we power, we for do this census by force. You know, it's make a tell you, I say like keep that money side in a corner. All right, Femi, come inside. Femi don't believe in Boni, they can't inside.
Hi, Juma.
Hello.
Yeah, but you don't say Usabuango, you don't talk say for left and force.
Okay.
Abua asks, say, you know, how much this Sierra Sudan costs to you, because really and truly, I think say with government or the one that we decide for do this census, they're not getting priorities right. If this census costs we $1, or if it costs we hundreds of millions of dollars, for me it's money misplaced. We get bokutin in a salon where we need for do, where we can't afford for the go wasting small money also or big money also, but until we're not relevant. I would like for really know roughly how much money they intend for spend per this thing. And also then to their money, now donor money, but still, if we get people away they can give you money, why we know they use their money then they for do the right thing? If they use half the energy where they don't use for fetch this census, if they use then they pan this free education where they say na the flagship program, sometimes we school them go don't better. If they use ampa with hospital, Connors hospital for don't fix. If they use ampa with electricity, one no salon for don't get light.
Right. Okay, so thank you so much. We go talk about that side more, but like you ask, we know for say one of the money them mentioned, we know say $8 million was given by the World Bank, okay, at some point. But interestingly, one of the things where the World Bank highlights say the money will be apportioned, the balance money, the balance 45 POM. We know they put under again, we they divert them to another program. They get the acronym for the program and not member. So you certainly say don't see because they don't want to let the money go to waste. Okay? But we on government now say, then power, then we're able for do this. And and they don't go spend money for do who side and pull the money.
In the first place, why do you want World Banking on?
Thank you. Well, no, we ask for who side and pull the money. Then, if una been get this money, why una want World Bank on?
But I talk on the other day, see, that why I should go Moscow fend that money they pull and see in the.
And you been talking, you really talking. Yeah, you did. You said them go fend the money, and me said
they go fend the money. Wagandua.
So, but me they ask now, who side and go fend this money?
The money not there. It's just fluke.
Okay. All right, we'll come to the money side. Let's go back. to the people there. So you invite Femi Claudius Cole or Dr. Bright to now go, the Secretary General for the APC, invite them back and forth, then commodity. You did the same for Diana Konomani. You invite them, say, let it go. We get somebody will get for allow for some contribution, foot of state, but we'll come to you just now, sir. Just give me a couple of minutes. You invite them on Monday, say for Gona Police. Femi Claudius Cole decide for a company. Karamo Kaba decide for a company. And Diana Konomani, na politician, right? He get his own supporters, he get his own base, he get people away care about him. And the way things done, they go over the past 4 years, you take people they invite people and say, for can't talk to you on a Friday, you delay them until 6 o'clock on Friday, you send them up Pademba Road until Monday. Then don't use that strategy there for the past 3 years. That's what they've been doing. So nobody not trusts the police. Anybody where they go, if they calling young good people there, see, but we don't make this example now.
Yeah.
When they call you that sentence and say, can I delete street police? What you do?
I feel back up. I wait to back up.
And you call people and also you say they don't invite me under in case
I call like 5 phone calls. Then I wait for like I get back up for go to me physically.
Exactly, because you know how we police them turn, right? How them turn na so them fiba, how them fiba na so them turn. What did they laugh for me?
Like you always call me say they invite me na Adelaide Skid police station. No, not Adelaide Skid. Na New England police station. I do ask if party.
Yes.
You get some with suits that day with the drive go up fully Kingston Road. Now the guy can pop from. Say man, I've stopped this vehicle. Now they family say, so what happen now? They say you are invited. Now you are family drama? Say yes. Now what happen? And you know where uniform, you not get badge. You say you are invited at the New England police station. I family say E.T. boy party today. And I say I don't know where look go see. Yeah. But yeah, that are just fun. But to be honest with you, I totally agree. Salon police, when they invite you now, police not go you want to, and make sure you don't make series of phone calls. Because otherwise, when they disappear in that police station, they know you go even no cell and don't put you deliberately for no reason. Right. They go say you go wait for sender. Hey, but okay. But me that day, I'm not been lucky because I was prepared for it anyway. When I walked into the police station, at the IG, well, I don't know if the IG or the station officer, how they call that? SOC,
AIG,
LUC. I go straight to him. I say, yes, I'm Mr. Sylvester Tivo Dugbasa. So, like, you, yes, young man, okay, take a seat. Thank you very much, sir. Before you start the interrogation. But you're right. If the police say come, na police station because the police want to see you, not afraid for go. But we make sure say before you go there, if you don't commit crime, call everybody where you sabi, and then take supporter them for you. If not 1 or 2 self goats then. So those 2 people will stand as evidence for let them know what's in the happen to you.
And is that your right or not your right?
Of course, that's your right.
All right. So Finda Dana Konomani, we go. Femi Claudius Cole, Kramo Kaba, and a good number of his supporters, and supporters of the APC decide for a company. And this has been a tradition. When the SLPP was in opposition, they invited Lawrence Lima, now police. We see the chairman, Prince Harding. We see thousands of people accompany him. Not so, because he's their public spokesperson. So it's a tradition. But what you understand, where Dana Konomani and Femi Claudius Cole and Kramo Kabade and GO DAE, the supporters there, a whole group of police then come, then begin run after the supporters and end up arrests about 20. So you see, arrest over 20, and some of them for them, which you understand, some of them even get major injury where supposed for them in a hospital by then 10 years. So man hand broke, but then still arrest them and put them in a police cell. So over hours, I think. Then I was there, then can bail up. But they arrest Femi Claudius Cole and keep her there overnight. And the reason we can mention, remember, so we talk about count me, not count me. Don't turn police case. So he accompany somebody now na police, the police then go arrest them. How you go explain that?
Well, me don't talk like a couple of days ago say me. I know they for support what's in this census they all about. And I agree with me is if counts me, not counts me in a case, then una can't arrest me.
Right.
So basically, they don't prove to and say yes, counts me, not counts me in a case.
Yes, inside salon.
Inside salon.
So that means you're not allowed for talk, say not count me.
That's
right.
it. So that's a pure evidence for say yes. And we don't say if count me not count me in a case, then una arrest me. And I am ready for that arrest day. If not case so. So they don't tell them now say yes, count me not count me in a case.
So the arrest time
say you go left somebody.
Yes.
Means say, okay, you don't come here. Oh, well, remember say you say count me not count me if not case no arrest you. What would they arrest you now?
Right.
Why?
Why? So that's the question. Will they come there? Will they come there? Why? T-boy don't ask again why. So Kramokaba, we understand say they arrest them. T-boy.
If I tell you what you arrest them for say you go back.
I want to tell you about that. So your Kramokaba says go left that road. And then don't arrest them. Why you think say they arrest them?
Now why I think not me think on what I
okay, what do you hear?
They said I arrest them because you don't wear face mask.
So Kramokaba go left somebody.
Imagine,
okay, in party comrade, and somebody then come on at the same district, then share, similar aspirations on a lot of things, and get the same viewpoint on the census. So Ingo left farm, so Femi Claudius Cole na count me, police case. The end police case panel. They arrest and they lock in a cell, he sleep there overnight. Then Kramokaba they arrest him for waiting.
You don't wear face mask.
Family on Ayerio.
And if the police now will arrest and no say bang, not for that they arrest and make it can prove it wrong.
Right. And the policeman self not be wear face mask.
Hey, but no be wear face mask. The one
no, I just say the one we arrest them for.
What we say earlier on, if we tell you I can answer the same way, but me then stop me because that is discrimination. I mean they have to stop. All the other they not commit crime. Then I just okay, that's the way they are.
Right.
So if they go arrest you for where you go left person, because again we don't know what me they arrest for me Claudius Cole for because they not say. But if we don't say if na crime for me continue not continue na crime na salon they want to arrest me. So they don't tell them now say yes continue not continue na crime na salon so they arrest you. Kramokaba you go left person na police station because they call and say you need to attend police station case, for example, and then he go. They arrest you because you not wear face mask. So the person that they actually arrest for making an audio where he say it is talk to people that we know able for see say this is not the thing we need for participate then go arrest her. Then can't go to a police station. But if they left for money, it's okay where you go.
Go come back tomorrow. Yes. So then release them on bail. He go. Then they say for report it. But we'll come to the last take foot of state in call quick. Then let we because I'm sure instead we don't follow this thing. Hello, foot of state.
Yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. How you said?
Now, two things me just want to make clear.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, the reason why World Bank pull out of this thing, they now tell the public that's good.
Okay.
But if you go on their website and read, you will see they're not mentioned directly, but it's implied.
Okay. You want to share
the World Bank as an institution, therefore secure the integrity.
Right. What do you mean by that?
They therefore secure the good name and people then get for trust them, say that they do what him for do correct.
Okay.
When this whole process started, this process we don't start sometime around 2019. The government began the impression to the World Bank say they had gone through the due processes required by the law, which means then before don't go to Parliament, get an approval, before then they go to the World Bank for go ask for funds.
Okay.
Somebody who was employed in Sierra Leone, who he said they don't terminate his service as a consultant, gave the impression to the World Bank, say, that part of the process had been done before.
Okay.
The government approached the World Bank. So when World Bank have no say, they not follow that process after that been too many fracas. And even that fracas, they was illegal because, they go all sitting of Parliament where you not get the miss.
Okay. So, I beg explain that. So that means the members of Parliament, where they get that temporary sitting.
It would have fair to be commodity.
Okay, where the members of Parliament and fair chair paper.
Yes.
Okay, now been for this census.
Now for that.
Okay.
That was what they were going to table because by then they had approached the World Bank. They don't lie to them, say they don't get the approval of Parliament. And they did another mistake that day by not going with the miss. And according to the standing orders of Parliament and most parliaments, the sitting of Parliament cannot take place if the miss is not there.
That's the
why.
Symbol of the Parliament.
Yes, that's why when the speaker they enter, the sergeant at arms they always stay before him with the miss.
Right.
So the whole process itself had been done wrongly and illegally. So who say now then they can arrest people for illegality? Tiffman able to grab Tiffman?
Well, at the same time, say pupuna they grab pupuna grass field.
Oh well, I know you used that word. The second side of the census is not about economic planning.
Okay.
Because if this government was serious about economic planning, now then don't they open their mouth, they talk, say, people in the diaspora should come in to help and assist.
Okay.
Why was the census not extended to us in the diaspora? They know we strengthen the diaspora. They know most Sierra Leoneans, they live in the diaspora.
Then we're a constituent, right?
Yes. They even know what in our capacities. Because in sober-minded countries, then they get people in the diaspora outside and they get a database where then they record this man, an engineer, this na professor, this na mechanic, this na carpenter. Why didn't the census include that? Because that's part of economic development planning.
Right.
Why they left the diaspora out? Then they go say for count people in Sierra Leone only. And if they're not count people, not crime. Yes, it's there in the
Act
2002 Census Act with Tijan Kababin passed. The very SLPP, now they always take out the wrong laws. That freedom of information law where they get 1965 sedition, libel, now SLPP been passed. Now then come pass that in the some they give the impression, see, that was done by the APC. No, the APC never passed any census law. Now upon that law didn't say, I think under miscellaneous, the last part of the law, we then say if you refuse from Eden country, then an offense we for pay 50,000 leons for. They not say for detain person. He did it. People in Kifena and leader.
So 50,000 leons, you know, say if I would.
Yeah, it stated there are 50,000 leons. You see, this government has to be told one thing. And some of we already for tell them that because we all are stakeholders in Sierra Leone. If that country deteriorates into crisis, some of us may suffer. more than they think we will suffer, because the economic burden and all other things will come our head. You understand?
Yes.
And before we sit down, there is some quote we say, I don't know that we make that quotation. They say when something happen, the people that will know the truth and keep quiet, then carry the same responsibility like the one them we not be we do the act.
Right.
We are now ready to tell them, let them behave themselves. As we are rightly say now, we all papa them die left salongi we all. And some of us are out here, we know more than they know what is happening in Sierra Leone. Some of them sit on a state house and not even know what will happen in the country, because they lack the basic technology for understanding, say, this is what is going wrong, this is what is going right. The whole thing about the census are politically motivated activity. Because during the last government, they don't reintroduce certain decentralization in the north where they amalgamate certain districts. They are wanting to do the same thing, but the side whether they get it wrong, at the time we get a protectorate, we get Banja, Juma and all them districts, and there were only 5 districts in Sierra Leone.
Right.
If you look at the map at that time, now 5 districts been there, Karine, Banja, Juma, Panguma, etc. So why do you want to create more districts now? For go swell up numbers, so now go stuff box where election can say, now win election.
So my question for you.
Yes, sir.
You say they want for. Is this a need or then just want for one? Is this a need? Is it a necessity for the country? Is it a do?
It is a means of a drowning man to hang on to his straw. They want to find every ways and means to gerrymander and rig the next election to stay in power, or they heap confusion. The international community council will get a government of national unity, so they will be protected for all the rubbish what they don't do. We have to begin to tell them that we know exactly what they want to do, so that they know say they know they work.
But we've seen
you were elected to govern. Governance na simple thing. When they elect you, do what is right. When you do what is right, the people will re-elect you.
So that was our question here earlier. Say, if somebody they talk about something and disagree with you, why you for suppress and say no for talk if you mean well for the people?
Because then get more intelligence past God.
Okay.
God will make mortal man. He say, let us make man in our image and likeness and give him free will.
Free will.
Now I make, although yes, I'll not be edit that statement. I make that statement say the right to an opinion and speech, as long as you speech not instigate trouble, that a divine right. Then what sit down about if God make them turn mumu, how then go feel?
So disagreeing or protesting, is that the same as instigating violence?
It's part of democracy.
Okay.
Disagreement, protest, as long as the person not damage property. Na part of democracy. Usa de so like a democratic country, people then they jump on the streets. Then they demonstrate, some even they make roadblocks. One day police no fire bullets for nobody or knock pussy with baton. They would only go there and tell them, please, 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 calm down. But the other thing we don't see about this government is when the young people then they misbehave, when police go there, they know they go with batons, like Thailand. The police were there. There was no baton, no bullet was fired, no tear gas.
And the first lady confirmed to we say them get cutlass. They say the cutlass the way see and
well, that then in your business. We know they put them out today.
Yeah, but they talk about because the people they carry weapons under normal circumstances.
Do we even have proof what she was saying is true?
Well, because she
said it.
Yeah.
Maybe she was saying it to exaggerate and create some kind of political sympathy.
But for be a crime witness for that.
Well, if he see the cutlass, they identify the people of the cutlass, let the law take action.
Yes, exactly.
But as far as yesterday was concerned, people were walking in the streets in group. Nobody not fired. Nobody not stole nobody. Why were people arrested? What was the illegality of yesterday? Letting these guys, let them left go. If they feel safe, they will do everything and go scot-free. In the world of technology, there is no hiding place. Because some of them feel say they can do out and let way camp and they run come on salon. The world gets for tight for everybody.
But I think possibly if them, like how you say, if them they follow waiting they happen at the wall, then for no say that not they happen again. What's the guy's name?
Ordinary telephone conversation people in a salon are hassle.
Right. But
so how do these guys know?
The Sierra Leone and where them be arrested now, is it Finland not too long ago?
Yeah, that guy where them say been there with RAF. I think he did na the Hague.
Yeah, so for 20 or 30 something years, but he was, they end up arresting him, right? Because he gets away with everything.
Yeah.
So okay. Thank you so much for sharing with we and continue for help win at the chat as well, please.
Okay, sir.
Right, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
See, boy, you don't listen the
call.
Huh?
That's not me first the call.
The call. Yeah, so you don't everything the foot of state say, and it's not different from what you they say now. So when you just don't clarify, some of the things them and So what's your comment?
Clarification is clear cut. The justification of the census itself, it don't make them very clear. Say yes, it was flawed. Again, we remember the terrain and the older interim parliament sitting us. What was it? Bintumani, eh?
Yeah, now you talk about yeah.
During that conference day, it was a shamble because now they didn't want to go past the agreement. White people say yes, parliament don't agree for make the census go ahead. Remember, it's almost a year ago.
Right.
Almost a year ago, and people are quick for forgetting things indeed. We bring riots now, Bintumani. Well, I would call it Bintumani because the theory for making the parliament not be present anyway because the staff not been needed. So basically, as far as me concerned, it was a makeshift gathering.
And T-Boy. Yeah, go ahead, done, yeah.
The protocol, again, the due process for make sure so they make that environment they legit was flawed. So when you look at all the consequences of what happened there, it was meant to happen because anyway, there was no legalities of holding that particular sitting because it wasn't a parliament.
Right. So in waiting, foot of states don't carry mind we bought now that actually, we mentioned also say this government from April 4th, 2018, waiting for do force, and then they do BM, not all last self then they do, and BM, bottom last, and then they do. Consult with people, follow due process, do waiting the constitution and the law say, then you'll be able to solve the problem. Okay? Or you address the issues. But you they go, you do waiting, you say right, power pally, in a power way, in a paupanistic way. The way you don't mess up, you don't put out thing. Then you come here now, law do for the constitution, for the law. Then the people that say, no, this now you business. So you see, he say the consultants where sometimes they don't bribe, don't tell them, say, no worry, no matter, they push this thing for and tell the World Bank, say, we don't follow due process. Then World Bank can find out, say due process not being followed. So World Bank don't pull out now. So you see, I make the parliamentarians them in tower the table, we say they're all unruly.
Thank you. And then they're people because they say, oh, they're not yet scanning. How the opposition will make conviction at parliament with the no host. Okay, if you watch the process, again, parliament be the one that was in the refurbishment or what?
Yeah, the parliament building.
Not even the well itself.
No, the well. Well, I mean the parliament building, the structure, because parliament can sit any side. I make I say the parliament building.
Yeah, but parliament go only sit any side if they follow the right process for make them call up place the parliament.
Correct. Yeah, where they not been do. Yeah.
Thank you. So not to parliament. It wasn't a parliament sitting.
Right.
It was a sitting, but it wasn't signed and sealed to say it was a parliament sitting because the process was not followed. So in the first place, when you break the law, it is okay, right?
Exactly.
Just because you're in governance.
Yes.
Or just because you get that power of attorney for, say, XYZ. So that means you have no reason for explain to anybody because you know answer to nobody. Okay. So equally so, as a citizen of Sierra Leone, if one citizen have the right to break the law and the other doesn't, do we have equal opportunities? Do we have equal rights? Do we have equal freedom? Let's think about it. It might be suitable for you today. Today, it might be suitable for you. You might think, oh yeah, but I let people when I follow due process, when I allow things to happen. Okay, no problem. Now we just struggle for accept and allow things to happen. But remember, we've been a struggle with una back again for accept and allow things to happen. So why would that change now?
So let me push it.
So the due process where we want for make una follow, and the same due process we say get for follow. If una fail for follow, then we say we fail for follow. So if una when they make the law they break them, how una want for effects that law they against we una don't break them?
All right. So let me just say something. So people go accompany, also they accompany Diana Konomani and Femi Claudius Cole, the old lady. But they arrests, now this is not to the main politician, but just supporters of Diana Konomani and people that we feel say we get for come around you, family members or whoever. So they arrest them people and they say they arrest them for riotous behavior. That means they go cause confusion and break things. Who that is stoning? You hear anything yesterday about stoning, you know,
nope.
This, that. We know where riots they free talk, not to you they talk because we don't see. Where riots they free talk, where trouble they happen inside Pademba Road. We see policemen the way they don't fagos in street. They pull their uniform, fall and put her inside their pocket. He jump inside keke, they run. You don't even know what they happen. So imagine if riots day inside Central District. Okay, if you the police now arrest, no more they arrest. But the reason I make a mention that a day before last week. On Friday, was it? Friday or Thursday? What do we see? We see pro-government supporters. Pro-government supporters.
Now, Wilkinson Road.
Is it Wilkinson Road or Spur Road?
Now, Wilkinson Road Junction.
Okay. All right, Wilkinson Road. Now, the World Bank office.
Yep.
Okay? They're all placard. But coupon them, then go demonstrate because World Bank writes letter say, Papa government, we been say with the support, but not the support again because all waiting na una put na paper say una go able to achieve this by this date. Una not put them things then they in place yet, so with the all we money.
Yeah, yes.
Una send people and police them in there. I see one of the police there. I mean, they watch one of the things because that caption. I wish I can go find that picture there again because we get for use them. The police them, then team up, then they yarn one picky where they sell markets. The picture, now the picture say the police there. That's why they team up. Then they yarn people in Peking, hands of our girls staying at the country. Then they yarn the Peking where they sell market. They don't even pay attention. Then take that thing. that guard where they push people there with, then put an ground set. There's that picture. So I see the picture, but now when I go arrest 20 people, the majority woman them, when I go lock them because they go left somebody.
Well, it's good that you make mention. Majority 20 people of voting?
Woman them.
Okay. I guess I see me more not woman them.
Yes. Yes. You go arrest, they go lock them. Now police. Then now they say that they charge them, go court, hopefully tomorrow.
With an offense of
riotous behavior for disturbing the public peace.
Against
the state.
Okay.
Yes. So Dana Konomani now they don't find patrol for them for they go to CID every day. So she's gonna be going back there tomorrow. So what you been saying earlier about Fridays?
Fridays are the weekends. So basically,
what can do?
When they send you go Friday, they wait till 6 o'clock, they say clock not right now for take over your case, so they keep you down at Pademba Road until Monday.
Right. So sorry, not tomorrow Wednesday, but Thursday, then say let go report. So we go Thursday, then go tell them back for go reports. Friday, they will delay and they say 6 o'clock.
No, they will say can reports Friday by 4:35.
No, by 11. By 11, the post where they go reports to not the day in our office, they come out. They say
somebody forgot you post to you by 11 o'clock.
Yeah, they say the park call and quick, the park call I then a meeting.
And then you supposed for wait.
Yes.
Say almost o'clock.
6 o'clock, then they say, well, yes. Then they say the post way for sign if you lawyer, they say well, we get for the house would say Monday. Then Monday, the post they come back say 12 o'clock.
Juma.
Yes.
I want to list this conversation.
Go ahead, sir.
How many women were arrested yesterday?
I'll say majority. So we know say about 20.
20 women. Out of how many people arrested?
What? 20. Nakamo Kabano Mona, the man who no say the arrest.
Okay.
Yes.
So how many stronghold political figures were part of the arrest people?
1, 2, 3 we will know about.
Okay. Okay, now the question I have to ask now, where are the female organizations that were responsible for advocates for the woman they also with a non-go arrest unlawfully?
Well, one thing where I go say, I see the head for 50-50 was there. And the head for another political organization was there. And I see another organization, but that's, I would say, is a mixed. You know Rachel Bangura Davis. You know, they are part of a group we then call Sierra Leone Women in Politics. Then they issue a public statement. And we saw a statement from, you know, the why we didn't able to arrest yet, but they don't cause and do all kinds of Basita Michael. You know, Insebe issue a statement explaining from a legal point of view, because a lawyer for so. From a legal point, if you can't say now talk with a lawyer, both local and international laws for say waiting and do so illegal, and they call for let they release them. So now they want them they meet on C4s.
Okay, so the reason we can ask this question now because we quick for jump the gun for say too much things about female issues then where we feel say relevance to we. So I want for checklist the conversation, but I think I'll left her for tomorrow, right?
Yes.
That's fine.
Left her for tomorrow.
I will just prompt her number and left her so. Yeah. Because as far as I'm concerned, there are women in politics in Sierra Leone, not just one, not just two, not just three. There are lots of women in politics in Sierra Leone. Yeah? And Femi Cole has been one of the front runners of women in politics in Sierra Leone. And he don't do everything in power for make sure say he resist any kind of oppression against empathy, not of because of inner woman for so against empathy. It challenge anything where they in the favor of Sierra Leone we don't see them don't do a lot of workshop and protest rapid campaign issues the way they affect civil unions, them, and especially women, and not just women, but also women within politics. It advocates for the woman in the front line of any political dispensation of how you might call it in Sierra Leone. Then now, one of their own has been unlawfully arrested just because of an opinion. Counts me, and if I say no, they can live in a criminal salon, arrest me.
No, you say if not police case. She asked a question.
Well, look, all crime then are salon to police case. All crime are salon a police case.
Right. So, but then how you go arrest somebody for not making a statement but asking a question?
Thank you.
Counts me, not counts me. Now, police case, he ask for seek clarification. Tell we, if na police case, wait till make a police case. Because I don't understand that they ask publicly. Because I never go meet policeman for go book appointment for ask Anande.
They don't clarify them now.
Right.
But this is not a conversation for tomorrow.
Right.
So I go left on it.
Okay. So
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I want to ask, is it possible for we get a call? I see Ronald. Is it Ronald? Ronald Bangura, they ask for the phone number. And last week as well, he was asking, he wanted to contribute, I think. And I see they make some points that we will like for dig a little bit for see. Is it possible?
Sure, why not?
Okay. So we'll post the phone number there. Ronald, if you want to call, please call on WhatsApp. +1.
Hold the line right now. +1
614
614
551
551
86 94. Yeah, so you can call on WhatsApp and make your contribution. We'll appreciate anybody who want for call. Femi, you wanna come in and count me a count in a police case and anything else you want.
Let me get that yes we auntie. Femi and auntie then yes so now you namesake back as well.
So Juma.
Yes.
You know, when I'm going to talk earlier on, but you know, T-Boy in I can just miss TikTok.
Miss TikTok?
Nah, so T-Boy go mistake drop now we go post then do arrest Femi. I jump first. I say, I so send the arrest me.
Are you serious?
He just puts out the group say they no arrest Femi. Not even clarify say who's Femi, not Femi. He said they no arrest Femi. So I'm afraid for so I don't know say who send the arrest me. What you do now?
So you have to begin court.
Yes, because they don't say look who's I sit on there. So I didn't walk that day. I did sweat. Then T-Boy just put out the group say they no arrest Femi. So I'm afraid that it's also I don't go here with this kind of story. Who I look now?
You get bench warrant.
I tell you as
yeah.
As this is I mean namesake 9 and arrest.
Yeah,
I mean
myself just mentioned, yeah. I see Nasu Fofana was there as well, and I see Insebin do a live today. They talk about the whole issue and all of that. Thank you so much, Adama, for mentioning. You know, we like for no. And of course I see Matilda, we get for arrest you. Wait, okay, they ask too many questions there. Yeah, Matilda said we see being very active on this issue, but the woman there. Thank you.
No, but you see, the woman issue, nothing way I don't do on the case for years. But tomorrow, as Matilda say, next year, self now they do for talk that talk day.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, we start from beginning talk that talk day from tomorrow, then we go down. Tomorrow, a massive big challenge that they throw to do, man. So now ready for me tomorrow.
So tomorrow, are two parts of the program. The first part now the audit reports, 2020 audit reports, and the other parts now about the police brutality and all thing with the woman them, how the woman and they respond to issues them. Are they cherry picking, you know?
Or their mango hunting.
Or the mango hunting, or they deal with all the Fangadama woman issues there.
You know, so we can talk something else so we can make sense then. Are they cherry picking or they are mango hunting? Yeah.
Mango hunting.
No for Joko. But anyway,
yeah.
Tomorrow's issue is different. Dynamics and it gets all in controversy the way lie alongside them because we all know what the nature of the audit report. So that in our one and then the other issue now other different package. But to be honest, the arrest of politicians for voicing out their views is not constitutional.
Arresting anybody first.
No, let me be specific for because go down the line because these are people who actually stand to represent people in their own different constituencies. Correct. So they are the mouthpiece of those people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So when you arrest the mouthpiece of the people who they represent or who represent the people, that
just for voicing out their opinion,
that means the masses are not relevant anymore.
Correct.
Now make they say politicians who are responsible to be representing their constituencies, meaning the same way how governments don't do their own research and review is the same way these people have done their own research and review in their little constituencies. And guess what? Now then they come out with the issues then with governments they administer for say, okay, we need to tackle these issues because the MP in this particular constituency don't highlight some of the issues then you face in this constituency. I'll make you a simple example. In Sodok, when it approaches financial year, March ending, February, March ending, we have series of roadblocks within Sodok. And we realize, say, people can't even navigate their way to their houses because there are a series of roadblocks. And the only reason why roadblocks are so plenty within Sodok, that because they want to close the financial year, they have money that they need to spend, and they haven't been spending that money, they want for rush now for spend now. So they go dig all the way not even they exist. Then they go put roadblock the way not even they. And it creates a lot of chaos for the traffic within our community. So we complain. Why on earth, una gets the whole year, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, as March Council, now they're ready for repair all the things that the public domain for the people and see. When we complain, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, it stops. It totally just stopped. Now, roadworks, they happen, then they do road maintenance or other kind of small thing in the corner, but not within the reach of the financial year anymore. Because we all know say, oh, now they're ready for can spend the money unnecessarily. So then stop that. So basically, these are some of the things that the people have power to do for change issues then where governance not able for deal with because they are not even aware of it, or the people are happy with it. So their constituency representative as their MPs don't complain to government. Again, when we look at the issue where we say census, not census, okay. Now, this same census where we for run, now people are not want them 10 years ago, we don't, each 10 years it. So they say now we for can do midterm. It's not even midterm. They say we for can do midterm for make we know what's in the demography of the country, for make we plan how for structure the country. You've taken 3 years.
No, say how for make loan I get health care, how I get education.
No, so basically these plans are already in place anyway. You have a database. Forget the database rubbish, but deal with that database and fix 1 or 2 things first.
But not rubbish because again.
No, we assume. Let's assume.
Right.
No, let we assume now. Let we become a fool for once and accept say yes, we are fools. Work with the database we get, whether high or low. Fix the issue the way you're able to fix with that particular database the way you get already. Identify the issues that need amendment. And then if you don't actually start to regulate some of them things, because I remember where SAP became in governance, they said they put a database of all the schools then within a Sierra Leone. They not say secondary, primary, or touch all the schools then within a Salon, they go into a database. I sat down and argued like I am crazily stupid. But guess what? They say the website of Ministry of Education they operate. I said, let's log in there. Nothing. Okay. For example, how many schools do we think we have in Freetown? Okay, Freetown big. How many schools do we really get now, Malama? Okay, Malama a big small. How many schools do we get now, Rokel? Because Rokel slightly small. Femi, they can tell you. Go on, Femi.
Well done, Femi. We battle you, Femi.
Oh, now come up here, me. Who's that Femi? They can tell you. But T-boy, you they ask almost the impossibility. Salon would they get so much money from donors them for picking them, for newly born picking them. Today we don't know the exact number of picking where they born at Salon. So you they go ask for go count all the schools in our Salon.
Not only so.
Well, like you they ask now because you said nothing about the impossibility that they from the one.
So basically,
The website where they talk about, so I wonder if you ever come online.
I don't know.
Because many times I go check and not see nothing.
Thank you.
But going back to this freedom of speech, one musician in the name of Peter Tosh, I don't know if una sabia, been sing in the 70s, I believe, one song winning equal rights and justice. It say, all my one go heaven, but nobody no one die. He say, all man they preach for peace, but nobody know they talk for justice.
Yep.
See, some of them what they are so they sing them, they dance to them, we not understand them. You know, Sierra Leone, when things they happen, all man they turn a blind eye, then say, oh, now they talk boku, now left for talk because now they instigate this and that. But they not realize, say, one day, waiting go tranga, first go come out. We go through this years back, take we into a bloody war. We go through and now, then it's got for suppress we, mass with roots, let we not talk. Like what they do to George Floyd, then put the knee at the man in neck. So imagine what they do to Sierra Leone and say now.
Right.
You can't say thing enough for talk. Because they're in control, they're in power. Again, equal rights and justice. Now we want.
Right. Well, I remember I've been telling you earlier, I said, then they mash you big toe with that iron boots, then tell you, say, let you know Allah, but you know for cry. So now the situation this will get now we country. And this issue, no matter how you look at it, it's just war. Because
you know what, you find this.
This issue war because
Juma.
The thing was sad.
What's
Well, the thing was sad, T-boy. The thing when they say now day one for census, they make big meeting at State House, President's Lodge. Beside the president in your state, they say them go for go contact. Force, it begin blow mind. So imagine how many hours they spend there for count the president. Almost people in them for don't count at that area there. But the president used boku hours. First, the head of statistics Sierra Leone give big speech and try for bash the World Bank. Like I said, the World Bank, they sees advantage pan them. The World Bank say they're not ready. Where them, they don't put all thing in place. This, this is not fair. Then the president come back. He even use the president as witness. He say, Mr. President, you know, Sabi even go do cabinet, paper, go report and all that. But the inconsistencies in the professor, in statement, them, now gets me because you know, when you they talk, I know you need for them at the same room for you for begin see the, you know, the I call it, they say, remember that music where we say, not to all close way you see na lace, you say some na bossy boss.
I don't sabi that sing. You know, two sing they don't pull now. We are not sabi this one.
Wait, I'll pen the song for you. Not to all close we get all na late so na bossy boss. Femi, what you answer?
They say Juma you na tafeta.
The past tafeta. All right. So but come on, not sabi that tafeta. You know that.
Well, first you can't question people in our but agree. But come on, not sabi that tafeta.
You not be the way tafeta vest?
Astaghfirullah. Of course I did.
Oh, I feel say you not play with tafeta vest.
I play with tafeta. I play with plastic vest.
No, that was you play with plastic bag.
I play with plastic bag vest.
Oh, okay. So the guy, the Professor Malam O. Sanko, you know, it is a struggle for, but it's still a blow mind. He said, no, the World Bank now them been send we technicians, they will not be ready. Why them for send we technicians, then they even give we first part of the money. Yes, they did all of those things. That show you say the World Bank had good intentions for these census. So they're not been there against una doing a midterm census. Una go meet them, not to them can say, not to them recommend. They did not recommend. You came to them after 2018, say you want to do a midterm census. And they supported it. But una project una bring come, una tell them waiting una get for do the milestones they una get for meet things they una get for achieve before. But the dates they all wanna put, they came back and said, no, hang on, we would rather lose $8 million than lose $30 million and come up with wrong data we go defeat the purpose. So they say, no, let's stop it here. Let we end bars now. All we two now don't do, let we hold off first and try. They're not saying, no, not do midterm census. They just said you're not ready yet. So let's hold off and fix these things. So when we go out for DWAM, we will get a credible data. See, but what you can say, we not can say sometimes it's good to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean you failed.
As an expert in whatever you do, if you have a bottleneck, you go back and see what you have done wrong, forget to the bottleneck. So basically, when you reach to that point there, you realize say you can't move any forward, you must have done something wrong. So come back, review everything that you've done, then you go see the mistake we don't make. And correct it, and then you move on smoothly.
Right. So
but when you fail, for go back and review and correct that mistake there, now disaster now you go meet before.
Right. Yes, Femi.
Well, for fix the problem, you get for know it in the problem before. So I think say something they're not going to fix them because they don't know who side for begin. They want it's that 30 million. Simple. Because that money that you know, me know, we all know say they not get for spend outside, they don't say they go spend that. But they may not put the hype on that money, they them why use them out there, why use them. Now we World Bank door with got that money they now, it don't cause small kata. That's all it is.
So it's actually not, don't go yet, Femi. So you think it's not actually about getting correct data for all the things that we didn't highlight. It was actually some maybe don't trust on the money, some man don't make plans, some man don't make promises. So now it's like, is that the main reason? Now I make this all.
Well, Juma, if you think about it, we don't need census for tell we have the problem they will get us alone.
True.
We don't need data for tell we say we not get water for drink.
True.
Say we picking the wood on born for the last 20 years, not see water they go on a pump frequently. Well, we been small, pump the lock. But when I say pump the lock, that means to say pump been the open. Now pump now they open safe. Almost often they will not one day see a drop of water.
No, Gumba they open.
The tell will be the Carlton Keru, you not go believe Juma. I nearly make one guy plabber. The guy can say they can't give you water bill. Imagine, this are Wilkins Road, Carlton Keru. What's another kind inside we host one day from home move go inside that hostage Juma. We dey buy water, we get well, we dey buy what's and call that thing when they can turn water for a Bowser. So Guma gets not Guma and Fire Force get Motuka where they can deliver water na host them for una, but they not get water for go out people that host them within the bone. I mean, Sierra Leone gets serious problem. We don't need data for tell we all the entire, so we know the problems. Them people as well they mean in opposition, they mean constant problem the way Salon gets every single day on social media. Now you answer me say because they don't reach na power, they don't forget. They need data for can remind them. Say we not get machine in a hospital for cure with people them. We not get jaws of life. Now so they call them. We motka then they get accidents for cut people for cutting motka them for put people in a door. We not get ambulances. We not get buses there for care people and go upline people and they load inside container for go for travel.
If you say that, I mean almost so you see.
We not get school them for all with thousands and thousands and possibly millions of school picking the way they walk the streets of Sierra Leone, especially Freetown. I beg you, please. We not really need that data. They made them spend the money, then they outside them for spend and they know. They're not blame.
Calm down, not vex, Femi, not vex, big. We see Femi vex, no saying a serious problem. This what I don't pass Gary now. See boy. Where we president car, because we get the audio, get the video, go play up. Almost speaking, they say they cater for put na school.
I don't remember.
Okay, say 2 million picking there. They ask them now BBC. So how you they get the money? Almost it will cost you. Say you not get the figure right now, but you get the statistics. So that means say you already get figures. Where can it?
Hold on, Juba. He say
Yeah. He said I don't have it here right now, but I've worked out the mathematics or something like that, or the statistics. So for say if I put 2 million picking in a school, you don't put 2 million picking in a school, do you have to do midterm census? Meet that target therefore, because your manifesto has figures, right? It gets figures, you put dollar amount, everything. How much people are we want for benefit? Just try for achieve that first. You promise that you're going to create 2 million new jobs. You have not. You say the Wellington, Tapalapa Bakery, where me concerned about, because, as Fulaman,
I thought I want to say because you're not Fulaman.
What disassociates me with bread. You understand? You say they can't make this world class Tapalapa Bakery where go create 5,000 new jobs. But it's blocked and go lay the foundation with. They don't thief the block there.
Like I follow me by it, ask I say you don't eat to say I said you say bread and butter, I say well level not to eat. And I follow man. So go ahead.
So you see, at least he managed get bread and butter so he will survive. You see, for the next maybe 2 or 3 days. You see. So if you're not able to create that 5,000 jobs through that Tapalapa Bakery, do you need a mid-term census? We're not saying we don't need census.
We need it. We need it.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, we need it.
Why?
Because we need to finalize the figures. Because the figures may not be right.
Okay, I see they get a call from Sierra Leone. Let me see.
Hey, when I call away from you don't get it now.
No, I don't get it. So when I make a say, they give you opportunity, let say that the call not can make you, that the phone number you not get make you not call. If they say they do the wrong thing, you say you want to contribute, and now we've provided you a phone number, please call us. So number from Sierra Leone, please call. We miss you call earlier. Yes. So.
Okay, Juma. Let me be honest with you.
Okay, be honest. Try for be honest.
No, I'm not trying. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, be honest. Okay.
The sausage. Okay. Last start back.
Who say you come out sausage? Sausage girl soup like one count now. So now.
And because you don't call sweet uncle.
Exactly.
I mean, that calling they can talk about sausage census.
Sausage census.
For local count, how many sausage in Abacha? But anyway, that's not relevant. But yeah, like I said to you, my opinion, the census was relevant. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
There is a data already in existence.
Okay, hold hold on. Answer this call from Freetown. Hello, caller.
Hello, Mr. Juma. Good morning.
Yeah, morning. How you do?
Praise God.
Okay.
You know, we got that Mr. Chiboy at the caller anyway, you know. They talk so normal, but he just talking, he talk, you know, I really know serious. And so, I wish I go get for go to make I go study never mind economy born as she do. People in Adam go and Akono or them go born on as she do. But I'm not savvy actually.
Okay.
Just tell you when I say na they go born. And so the constitution is concerning them with politicians that are going after long. The big problem with the politicians they all are demanded.
What do you mean?
Just imagine. People know say this particular capital of it before.
So what you say? Demand them or demand them? I don't understand.
I demand them.
Okay, demand them.
I was them.
Okay.
Because you all know get the contract. Most of the people come for can benefit. Reach the country, take them picture and send over. She go land good book for them back and can continue for free. So like what you just imagine if any good politician will go say get politician will get money, take the no sense they will take the country. Like Mara be and kind and I said it enough for surviving. Or maybe President Salom. So or not. But if you get the blame of the executive party, 100% and continue to let like no country will be so. Because people and are so minded people who could take over executive. When this time that I will just will not ever get that.
You get that?
And you commodity that. First, we already that's what get under this government. You can the time money they would lost. I will go experiment that be kind of for campaign corruption. What the man see over almost years. You know, get us outside the house, we pass our government and they take care of her. And I can't take leadership in here. That's how we expect to country they go.
So they don't come to.
Well, no, it's not possible. Why? I don't know the reason. I don't know the reason they come for. But people say they for me. People they die so. I cannot. People they die na cottage. Generator and they will buy fuel for her. They go try this. So just because of the one can steal the money back, then fly it and go keep outside and for keep and selfishness. People they suffer at the country, but then forget one thing. We'll get surprised for them come 2023. I got in power.
So, but then said this will make the need for country, so then we're able to provide more hospitals, more schools.
Let them take care of the under for sure get first. Let them take care of the under will get first. The under will get first, we will take care of them. The other under will can and we will take care of. This is the question. More maintain first. I've been listening this in brother, this other brother. I mean, now only one side. This now your phone. You know, my escape. I'm not to see where the other man.
Femi.
What is he? Femi. Prefer. Yeah. Femi say prefer the old one that will get more take care of them first. We will put you in control. We will call for other hand because the problem. Sharon, I want you to government a lack of maintenance first. I mean, the government get always get take and once after 5 years, after 10 years, from other government exams. I don't want to know. This is the big problem. So me, Mara be I disappointment to Salon. Look at Ketoma. We don't expect Ketoma. Security. Lima. How much Lima will collect to be as a military officer? Then now they go put how much million before. Just imagine. They just add no more for corrupt all time. So we went to join box up. I went to the pay to them. I will for 2023. It don't come for better. No, so no. You do from 1 year, 2 years, you know what? 3 years, you know what? But before you are ready, I'm not just saying my inner critic. I'm not going to go again. If before you are next year, I can pay 2020. You come in at December to December, they check for SLPT. Before they say just January, we say marriage wrong for year. Just imagine 2022, they forget local election. The man is here and people are all for say local election, they program all in how long they will be present in a day. Or the ones scrap the local election at the country may not take place because I don't understand. But me, you know, me they tell them why they advise the young brother they will not be supporter of SLPT. They get for they get for let them go at the drawing map, let them see. They know the kill and share for the SLPT. Matter be no account 2023. They go. Because it's a subconscious of man, they go. Because the man they no not until I was, you know, until I was, man is just time, days. At the time when the petrol, I'm going to continue to maintain the peace with the gun show. Whatever it is, military, people and people continue for yeah. Come 2023. Who knows who is mad at the go?
Okay, thank you so much. So now for telling I no arrest you for the count me and not count you na salon.
Actually, come here, Mumu talk. We actually are not talk. We are Mumu. So I'm not sure you for me. It counts me. Or why you say talk? I love you. Don't want to come out. You know, only by Papa is in country. Why she the come? I'm not palava. Love you. Don't want to come out anyway. We probably not see nobody they go. So chief for me to make arguments. No. What you repeat to make 2028 and them man they don't feel the country. They don't feel the country. They don't disappoint the people. They don't feel the one who let's say Kamali and Kamali not for encourage Pashalon politics anymore. Just imagine Abbas will hold on the road for die. What you can go put all the corruption and she don't pay. Heavy. Go put her. Why always not on the record with the destroy Shalom? I mean, I don't understand. Abbas will work for all people and for people. Who will this young one will come up for people? Look how we in our parliament. All to just the good no more wars. You know, as of now, no more for Kano, we end up with join this parliament. We end up for come up at the next area because whenever everything was in parliament, they include it. So we're not going to put anybody. Well, we know say matter in 2023 they go. NGC get fault in parliament, APC get fault, C4C get fault. The paramount chief and the destroy country, matter be no destroy country because the paramount chief they stand, the NGC, the C4C, the APC, matter be no go to pass any bad bill and parliament say where they will succeed. Because that fourth partition, I wouldn't tell to our every partition there. I believe they go to pass their security. But all the parliamentary, most of them are the selfish interests they play for. Not for the people they soccer, this, that, so no one know. Yes, because they know they play this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's accept this other call. Stay safe out there, okay? Yeah. Hello, caller. Hello, we caller from Italy. Yeah, still a connect. You can try for call me back. Caller from Italy, you're still not connected yet, but we're happy to receive your call and hear your contribution. Call me back. Okay, don't call back. Hello, caller.
Yeah.
Yes, tell me your name and also now for reduce your listening device, please. So we go hear you.
No, I don't cut off, chef. I don't cut off.
All right. Tell me your name and your contribution.
Okay, this is Mustafa. They call from France.
Okay, now Mustafa. Very well, thank you, Mustafa.
I tell you, thank you for this wonderful work on they do, and on a time they on a precious time they want to take for at least enlighten we, because now make we they know actually waiting they happen at the country, because we be say journalism within a salon, but we forget say they all be done die doing the work.
What do you mean?
Because we not get no journalists in a salon anymore, because all are political people them. All man they look for a brown envelope. So they not they exist. If you watch the news, now the news what the government wants, then they come out. The real news, if not all now, them YouTube stations they won't be able to get. You don't die. Or WhatsApp. I believe say WhatsApp self in better pass most of the radio station or TV stations them. Although yes, you get the bad side, but the good side back, then they make good able see boku and no boku thing. Because the journalists in a salon are state capture. State on capture, and you know that they give them Maggie, Pepe, Abbas.
Okay. Now they give them every year and they give them rest, paddy.
Yes. You know, it's very disgraceful.
Mm-hmm.
And in the more serious note, we country with the heading for the doom, and with the pray God let God help we no really reach that level there. But majority of Sierra Leoneans they're responsible. Because they like today, you know they go give somebody job where you don't really know the person in past. Don't you know the person. You give somebody job we get really love for in country. But matter be where we give as president, we give our leadership in our country. We know saying as somebody we not credible. And the biggest lie man ever we Salondo ever get. It they lie internationally. They lie power all.
But the one that we vote for and go disagree with you, Mustafa.
No, but you self no. Low imagine no more. The man go tell Bill Gates say they keep bag, shoe, everything. Open lie. Then they come out there, they go again say he make sure Sierra Leone they save $500 every year. Then they don't speak for himself.
So you not $2,000 so you can't save since these 4 years. Since 2000.
And you know, it's so disgraceful. They tell people and they pay school fees, pay everything. I doubt if they reach $100 for a year. Because alone a very cheap country. Then people are not get right for speak.
Yeah, and I don't know topic today, the freedom of speech. You want to more they quick, so get the other.
Yes, because that's the main issue. People are not get rights for speak. Whatever you talk, police then don't ready for can you do much. For can arrest you. Even the police themselves, within themselves, people and they will not support them see how they happen. But you not get mind talk. Then they sack you, they give you for nothing problem. We can blame the police then back in another way, yes. But themselves now other than they work under. But imagine the kind of inspector general who get. Now here where people and go demonstrate in at the head where they create violence. It then at the scene. But it failed for realize say salon people and stand up to for this anchor. The end of the day, you know what happen.
Okay.
And this government self-separating they do so. If they not be careful, 2023 they reach uprising the pull and power because then they oppress people and too much suppress people. If they not be careful, they go come with the people and go decide say it's enough. Whether they die, let die. And when they pray to God, they not reach that level because whatever thing where they happen, it will affect we all.
That's so true. Well, round up Mustafa, Allah accept this call from Sierra Leone.
Okay, just go ahead and accept.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you as always. Hello, caller from Sierra Leone.
Yeah, good morning. Me and Ronald Abubango had a call from Bo.
Hey, Ronald, how are you? We need wait for your call.
Yeah, so
now you make open the phone line today, you know that, eh?
Of course. You're not going to be me one because we actually the follow end. So, like, the issue here is talking about freedom of speech, you know, like, concerning this particular censor stuff, you know, let's say they are all sides wrong, according to my own perspective, from the government in your side, looking at, even with the donors, and then even with opinion leaders, them, whether politically or from different facets, you know, so, like, let's say, okay, the government not get them wrong. And okay, we will not go justify the wrong per se because banking challenge them legally say what they do is legally binded. You know, it seems the government just the point at which we are in the try for tell we say the constitution gets a problem. So you see, so okay, if they don't get them that way, and then we get opinion leaders or we get political leaders coming out and you know we talk a number but sometimes again, we can see them and they say, no, Africans, like what's in the Sierra media say, we could tell your story. But here now, we say the World Bank. It can come a time, even by the past election, there was huge allegation against the ambassador to America saying, you know, they play a role in the law. So sometimes we cast, you know, castigation on the West, but again, look at now, we are praising them, but we can know what's going to happen in the future. Now we get the World Bank, they say, okay, now we don't fund this, we don't be out. Now people also they point fingers at UNFPA that, okay, they are still continuing funding the project, you understand? And then also we get this issue of, you know, this whole censor starts with saying, okay, the World Bank is part of it, the World Bank is part of it, now the World Bank not be part of it, we are clamoring them. So the whole issue centers around let's say the government and then we the people, is so wrong because it's a bad precedent. You understand? Tomorrow, it didn't have a constitution unless it is changed. Anybody will call that again, and then go reference some of their utterances or some of these things where some man will stand today. We do this, and so we just take a look at them. Say there is a whole lot we need for do, and like I just say, austerity to get for George we all.
Right.
We are in these are programs, these are issues where we get for the pinpoint as it was said here, whatsoever. So one, the government not able to be constitution if we forget any other thing we could get that thing we need for push upon. We will able to salvage the situation. Anybody can come in, also come with midterm census. So we go say you go say the post we go there at opposition for tell the people then say they not for go through and then like I just be the seminar somebody where I don't take part on GPS collection. I know it is. So we need to maybe this advice that let we all observe the process. Now we don't say things don't go wrong. Let we observe the process and see, it ain't a lie. If not GPS, anybody can take them and run through them. Outside the 2 day, outside the old self day, we can get back at that say you are wrong at this part, you are not so safe at this part. Now we don't put everybody don't push so much now. The government is, in some way, say no, it need for happen. So I think
yeah, Ronald.
Yeah.
So if you for apportion blame, waiting make we did at the situation where we did so right now, who would you apportion the greater blame to?
I will apportion the blame to the World Bank. Initially, the World Bank was they were using the World Bank as a justification. So even these things you are saying, no, we don't forget midterm. But the World Bank is with us. It's moving with us. It's only at the dying minutes. And sometimes if you watch them, it seems unprofessional.
So you blame the World Bank or blame the government of Sierra Leone where refuse to follow due process?
Well, wait here they say according to due process, wait me don't follow, wait me don't follow, and I don't observe. There are so many controversies, but the government feels say legally it is right.
So it's legally right for let and do census. That's fine.
Midterm
census. No. Illegally, there is no midterm there. The Constitution or the Act states say the president gets right for call census from time to time. It did not say midterm. With tradition in Sierra Leone about census is every 10 years. From time to time can be any time, which is correct. But there is a process. You go first to parliament, you consult with all the stakeholders, then you go to parliament first. You need to go to parliament after you don't agree with what you want to do. So that is where the issue is first. Secondly, you have the World Bank. When I then send you technical people, wait, make that they send you technical person now because you lack certain capacity or skills, not so. So somebody will sabi pass you, they can for guide you, let you not make mistake. It tell you, say, who say we dey right now? If we go do this and they do census, it's not an exercise for fun. You're doing it for outcome. The outcome is credible data, not any data, but if the data is not credible, then it's useless. The process is useless. So you just cannot go through a process just for satisfy the sake of it. So outside the problem start from 2019, now we are here 2021. If they had dealt with the situation, then I think we're not forbid or reach here in the first place. Don't you think?
Well, now the same World Bank initially they don't see their issues with the 2015 census. And then talking about parliament, we all know say parliament is the politics in parliament. Now we all consider again they say this party where people they go. So we get people that don't know they speak right now parliament. We don't see how they know they use them. So now parliament again why use as justification. So no, if you don't go through parliament is out. So, we all done it there. We condemn these things. We point fingers at the parliament, one of the most corrupt, one of the this. Parliament is highly, highly political. That's why most things we can come out of there. So, the idea is...
It has to be political.
Yes, but it has to be political, but sometimes it gets to be nationalistic because we all know who get we say. So we are putting all these people out there. We don't see 1-2 parliamentarians. We don't stand in ground. despite their political proclivity or their leanings, but they're out there. We see how they don't treat them. So that don't make it say the parliament was alone. You get a whole side you get for hold on to them. You cannot trust them. There is no need for trust anybody, or even a group or a sect, even with the governing party or whosoever they are. So from now on, you just and go. So they are all playing this political game within us. So but what me they say, this is a nationalistic something. What me they say, me I do trust in GPS. I don't do a walkway concerning GPS. If there is no way you can go do any false routes, say I don't go like a community where I in. Woman they go there, man say for they go there. If you know to society man about island, you need to enter there, you need where AVAC enter there. Yeah, this place they don't ever see computer. As don't go walk there. You understand? So these are the for don't just see say political parties should all we monitor and just deposit on the whole process and bring out these same flaws to like credible institutions like the EU, like the World Bank or whatsoever. But now if we see people that are coming out and people that will be trust opinion leaders, they are coming. What about in the future?
No, they're not just coming out. They've been coming out for over a year, 2 years almost. Then they come out, but the government continue their process. But Tibo, I got a question for you anyway.
Mr. Bangura, I know you don't make mention of the GPS a lot, even on the conversation we're making at the chat. Now, I just want to ask you one simple question. I know say we get the Minister of Lower Education, David Senge, right? And now, person we come for say he can create the database of what things Salone need forget as a country. So, for example, you don't create a database. We say you don't put together all the statistics of Sierra Leoneans. They really go to school from primary school to nursery to secondary school and to higher education. Have you seen that data?
Well, even with that data, let me say bigger question with that data. Okay. Because it seems as if, because these are data where they don't exist. These are not new data.
That data did not ever exist because the data will exist not so specific for them particular different dispensation when it comes to education. We don't know what's not the statistics of secondary schools or primary schools to this alone. I don't feel say they not ever done it, but during the census period, maybe that could have been included. But this is a specific dynamics of data collection. Now, my question to your GPS, where they emphasize on, now the same GPS system where the minister supposed for they can use. I suspect so, or there is another device waiting for the use. But technically, if we have taken 3 years to put together a statistical data for secondary, primary, and tertiary education in Sierra Leone, it hasn't been possible. Now let's take the practicality of that 3 months day where we get, or 1 month, or the process of a week of collecting a midterm census data for Sierra Leone. Do you really think it will be a credible data collection where now 3 days to the event itself, then they begin training people and for go conduct that census day? Like you clearly say, you don't use GPIF system, we don't take you to different parts of Sierra Leone where possibly not ever see computer. Are these guys ready to actually action what thing they teach them within 3 days for collect proper data? Will you rely on that data yourself as a data collection person?
Yeah, so like what I make we understand here is there is no data we 100% credible.
Of course, sure.
You understand? Yeah. And from their own saying is let me use this test.
No. I want to let you
the government.
No.
The government is okay.
Boss, I am not involving government. I don't want to look with Blinken government in that. I am asking you as person we don't use.
We are talking about statistics here.
Yes, you have already conducted a statistical data of what? I don't know. But I'm just saying the medium at which you use or the devices that you don't use. You feel say during your time of practice where you don't use that device there. And then let us expect so you are experienced already, right? I know you have that experience because you don't make mention of it.
Yeah.
The people that where they can now for can use similar device. They don't know nothing about this device. You feel say 3 days go be enough for me and put that into practice for collect data where go be credible, even though not for say data collection is not 110%, but at least it passed the threshold when like a 80 or 90%. You feel say then go able to give anything credible. That's my only question I'm asking regarding your GPS system.
Yeah, of course. with my honest opinion, it cannot be credible. Even I don't follow, even the questions that we back, because these are demographic data we collect. Even these questions, it's people. I get somebody where they will just try to know some of these questions. With my honest opinion, the training not that much equips them for even capture this data, because some of them don't ever get like this training explanation. Some of we get in capturing demographic. That is one. And then because I don't follow about questioning, I don't ask 1-2 people looking at the question, even with the address system, the cartography way they do. Somebody was telling me that then they just go now, imagine big town as we did, they take the address, you just take pa almami koma, address, you don't understand. Then now the enumerators are there. I guess somebody to explain give me this. Then they find it difficult whether this person is not even popular. Why go say this person is living so streets, then take some of these things. So there are so many issues concerning that one. And trust me, no matter what, waiting me know about some of these data, and even countrywide, these people not to mend them. You just go to them inside 10 days. You understand? So but the only thing, in terms of data collection, you're not going to be say, you're not going to be assertive that you're going to be 100%.
No, you understand? Expecting 100%, but you said don't say the issues the way they, there is a high likelihood say the data will not be credible. And that is the same thing the World Bank stated. And at the same thing, the members of parliament been done state in 2019. They say the cartographic, what you call them, go be an issue. So they highlighted the same thing that you are highlighted, but you are saying they should give government a pass and just go with them because, I'll let them stop them.
Yeah, like what me they say here is like they are saying okay 2 weeks. Me no say they are going to exceed that 2 weeks. They are going to even add 1 week on top of what me your investigation where I don't carry out concerning the questions involved, concerning how they trace these houses. You understand? But only thing when me they say there are some certain times we give it try to new innovation. We all know say plasma they come into being. We have pastors or people we are saying plasma as son of the devil, but now we are living with it.
But so how many years they did research before they even go na paper for begin write, for begin go na factory, begin make plan for plasma. It did not happen within 2 weeks. It happened over years, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. Okay. But anyway, we like your contribution and thank you so much. And I think Femi get questions for you.
I wish I will get time for explain some of these things because what's that is so even with this data we are collect, these are demographic, not to outside Sierra Leone, inside Sierra Leone. I don't do this for the past 1 year to 3 years. They can't just explain these are hard rich areas. I mean, you have to work nice. So,
Mr. Bangwa, we definitely go forget you on a specific program because I think it's irrelevant forget you for make you get some amount of clarity because like Juma say, we might not be able to give you, just like I say, we might not be able to give you enough time for look we discuss this right now.
I don't get a call from Norway. We don't come after them.
Please. I see your number there with Juma. We will reach out to you and put together a specific program because we not get issue with your issues. We issue now the fact say it's a waste of resources. We can't give things a try, even though we know say you're not get for war. So let's just move on from that. But we will get you on a proper time where we can sit down and discuss this one properly because in order for just end no more so. There's so much more to be discussed about it. And you get practical knowledge and you get knowledge enough because you don't also put them in practice and you don't study them. But while my own question is the fact that people are not like you and they haven't had not even 5% of the amount of knowledge and training where you don't go through.
And then they go train there within 20
And then they go train there within 3 days, not even 1 week, 3 days. For go do an exercise for 2 weeks. You self don't talk say it will exceed that 2 weeks, then go put 1 week on top. Now, I am looking at you as a professional, but not in that capacity for run a census in Sierra Leone. Now, the people are way higher than you, will get more knowledge. They're not seeing what you're seeing. So how will you trust their credibility when you know better than them? Because they are failing to even accept the fact, say, this might end up with some amount of issues. And they have been rigid to say there is going to be no issue, we can get it done and fixed within 2 weeks. And you know for sure it's not true. So how can you trust those people? Take politics aside, take governance aside, just look at statistics as an institution. And the head of statistics, they tell you what you know. And he should know better than you. Would you trust him?
Anyway,
well,
hold on.
Honestly,
Hold on. Allow Femi, let contribute then. So you answer the two questions then, and then I'll come back to the people then from Norway and UK. Are we small? It don't tell we Ronald one for call, so wanted to give him an opportunity. And since he's calling from Bo as well, that's huge. Go ahead, Femi.
So Juma, the statements that I want to make, I'm not sure then a question. Actually, a question. The caller ask what how you dey go na some certain host where the host no get address. How my question is almost host in a saloon we no get address. If we go na some of the area then at the provinces, then some village them, we know very well say they no get proper address. They will even kind of the capital city. You get some area there now, how I go call them? We not to proper residents.
Slum and shanty areas.
Exactly. They no get address. So really and truly, how they want go about this process and expect for get the right results them. But somebody say earlier on, say then they go count all man, it's an easy thing. Juma, you in the America, so why they no can count you? Why they not know say Juma bar of this address now selling and they do this and this kind of job here so? Because I think say that is very, very, very important because we are big contributors to our country financially from the diaspora. But imagine now if they know we already there so the work the way we do and the capability the way we get and how we can able for every country. Won't that be relevant data for Sierra Leone?
Wow. Big question and big contribution. Over to you, Anna.
Yeah, so like what me brother be say initially, if I did in the position of statistics alone, trust me, that's why I'm going to bet you on this because these are things we said don't make research on, and I'll tell you, we are in. Trust me, they get for go over that 2 weeks. That is obvious when we don't see according to experience. And then me brother be the ask about let's say addressing system. So that was why I question because I interviewed one of my colleague where they work with them. Where inside I enumerate or not even supervisor, you understand? Big town like edit, for example, like Bo, big town, the area the way he well address. Then with the cartography, they were just asking now Pacamara get this, so they were just addressing this Pacamara house, you understand? And then this Pacamara house now, when you go for go as enumerator, you go into this Pacamara house now, they register all household members. So why so that particular area where particularly get address 23 so street, 23 so street, 24. So it was like from that particular point, that is why I don't make it exactly clear that they are going to exceed these 2 weeks. It's obvious, you understand? But maybe we'll go find out because like in villages, like how my brother be just to say, there is no address system. Where you go to, I know how they address villages, I know how they address bay. You understand? Use landmark. Chief compound, so by the mosques, you understand? I know some of these things. So if now big town where there is this address system, and then now you just go enter now somebody then well like one of me we call you have the interview, it they strain a lot. So but anyway, where we get and like how we call it like how we not does this say, don't we get some of these things don't we discuss because these are things where we don't with computers, we don't even tablets, computers, laptop.
Right.
So even when people talk about charging business, some of we know how we navigate through these areas. How we
not talk about the practicality or the operational side of the census. What we talked about mostly is the issues surrounding the census first, the legality, and trying to stifle people. But thank you so much for your call, and we will reach out and we allow you for discuss some in details. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Okay, I accept this call from Norway. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes,
sorry, we get this caller with the make valid contribution.
I'll be listening. Hello.
Yes, go ahead. If you turn off your listen.
Mina concern Sierra Leone.
Okay, concern Sierra Leone. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to talk about this census business.
Mm-hmm. So if you reduce the volume of your listening device, because
I don't reduce them.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'll tell the panelists there, Mr. Juma, Mr. T-Love, and Mr. Femi. Plenty, thank you.
No, this is not T-Boy, not so T-Love.
Oh, okay, T-Boy. Okay. Sorry, sir.
Clarification, because there is a T-Love where they talk.
Okay, T-Boy. Mm-hmm. Okay, now T-Boy. Yeah. Juma, Mr. T-Boy, and Mr. Femi.
Yeah.
We'll tell una plenty, thank you.
Thank you.
For this una program also, una they do well for we. Una they educate people them back home. Una they educate me. And we're really glad for that. Concerning this census, we are not feel bad with what they say. I know people are not feel bad with what they say. We don't get some threatening remarks when audio where they don't left for say, especially from Kenema, the place na Nyandama section. They say now not enough people that did it. To be specific, they say Timniman and Limbaman, now they mention, but they say not enough people there. If they're not register, let them pack them bundle and then property, let them go back to Makini. And now one thing, not to all Northerners in common Makini. You see, this thing, the bidon loss is senseless. Rebel war will cost life in Salon 11 years senseless rebel war. And we don't come with this census. And the World Bank will feed we because we economy it in at the hands of the World Bank, the international community. Then say the census, not to the right standards for do the census, they not fulfill the criteria the way they need, then just one bring them. Then get the new motive of doing the census, and I want to go deeply into that. Which I want to say, now something we are not want to let it affect. We country again for set back this country, send them go back 20 years backward. We don't set 11 years, we don't get a senseless 11 years war. People that lost their lives, properties, and we don't let that be again. Tijan Kaba don't come, he manage them 11 years. And the Skruma come, he manage them, although some people say 11 years, me they say 10 years, but we accept 11 years. Don't go to 22 years. We get peace. Nobody really know kata. People they travel the 4 cardinal points of Sierra Leone. We know they get kidnapping. We know they get so many bad things. We know they give up. Forget about that. But presently, as I talk, about 3 days ago, to be specific, somebody they within a Kenema, we say if we not enough people that don't register, let them pack go. And right now, another audio don't come out where somebody within the same section at Kenema, Najama section at Kenema, where gets nothing as them. They say they don't begin to threaten them. For say, if they don't agree for register, then go burn their houses them. The person say the threatening, the night they go and threaten them. Me they beg the Southeasterners. And they beg the Southeasterners. They do not provoke another war. To be specific, you see Freetown, let me say Western area, na the Koya Chiefdom. Koya Chiefdom. And Koya Chiefdom, to be precise, na Timini land. And not to safe haven for Southeasterners. And to be specific again, that Western area na a peninsula, na one way in, one way out. And the Southeasterners, they say, don't freedom. If they say, then they for them by the Northwesterners, the wedding at the Southeast, wallahi billahi, to God Almighty, with all the intellectuals, with everything, we certainly for them pardon a free town. Although they don't get property in a free town, because the entire western area, the southeastern as well, the property where they get, reach 10%. Freetown, to be precise, presently, na Fulaman, Triminiman, Limbaman, Kiyuman, that they have more property than Freetown. Them, na rent than the rent. So, but we clearly, themselves don't begin building land at Freetown. So we would beg them for them to save lives and property. Let them not for them or people in the southeast who not want a civil war. We will bring tomorrow is a disaster where all man go regret her. They don't provoke one. The whole world see what will happen. If they provoke another one, it will be worse than what we get. We beg them, with the for them and food, let them left. Then they free time with all the intellectuals. And I will tell you, from up one turntable, say go na clock tower, now wondering us mende mangedi. This I can tell you. Usai this host there, na Kisi Road near Kennedy Street by road transport. Would I get house in Abuja? The entire Forbe Road, mende manoge usti. The entire Rose Road, mende manoge usti. You take now Sani Abacha Street, where na BTC Street, mende manoge usti. The entire Gordon Street, mende manoge usti. You check Shakasiri Street from Longstep, Malamatomo Street, till go na St. John's. Now 1 horse and a half Nenema get the. That's na the Kaisambas opposite State Lottery. Then we go Standard Street near Limba Box. Now one party day, we na Mende Murukan Pakada. Now you get near 44 Standard Street. You take Adelaide Street. Now one dream host Menema Yeri. That's na Charles Blake. Niger Usti. You take Campbell Street. Take go na Peneba Road. Now one dream structure and get it. I think that meant the church. Okay? You take Sakila Road. Take go by Regent Road. By God Street. Now one dream structure and get it. When I'm the mosque. I just give you a summary of the central of Freetown. Do you learn a lot of war? The Mandarians, the Southeastern of them, they did not Freetown. And who said they get them back? As portion of them. Then they are New Englandville, then they are Brazak Farm. Let them left. Saloon, not we already in a saloon. I not write a letter or communicate with God for saying let make me Mendy. Neither I ask God for saying make me la big man or the mama. Now God, now doan, now willingly doan. And now one thing I will tell the Southeastern backs, the geographical feature of Sierra Leone is not favor them. If you check out the Southeast, not 4 tribes and then at the southeast. You get the Nene, you get the Shadow, you get the Gizi, and the Colons. And the geographical feature of Salon is not favoring. All the 12 tribes and then at the northwest, this one great tribe of will reflect 14 tribes. Let them left. We beg them. Now put politics aside. No, we all come together as a Sierra Leone. We don't want another war. But if they provoke another war, they still say, we will not Westerners and people then they are the Southeast. But they forget for say, they get people with the inside freedom, we not acquire chiefdom, really big. I want to use this medium, which if I get other partners them, other sister medium them, do ya, long like how would you stop it? Long like help me for talk to them people that don't left. Tribalism is not good. You don't tell whether they preach tribalism. Like this woman I get here, I tell you now, thank you.
All right, caller, thank you so much for where we allow you for Blue Mind. Just like how Tijan Kababin say, may his soul rest in peace. Say, before them go na bush, let we left there, let them sing and talk. Not so. And you say, Tijan Kababin come manage all team peace in day. And the guys have the big. And please, we allow you for talk because these are concerns. Possibly we not get opportunity for listening to the audios the way you say, but we don't want an issue like this affect any Sierra Leonean wherever, whether you're there in Freetown, you're there at the southeast or northwest. You know, we don't want the problem Canada country because no good for we. But we appreciate you that you're able to share with we how you feel, and then you use the, you not call for war, but you appeal for we not being God one at the country. Thank you so much. We appreciate your wisdom and your call. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. Yes, Femi.
This caller is Abibo Salon. Oh, make us say Frito. Jesus. He calls that area there.
And the picture all side the
I they tell you.
You know.
He call area the Usa we grow up, Usa we men. But when they call some Saturday road a city boy jump. Abu ask her to make it jump.
Because remember, say, let God reach street we're familiar with. And it's time for member the host then now say no, I remember that too. So you know, remember we start to program, right? We laid, you know, foundation, we get background on things that way maybe some people let me saying about could talk, not to Soti boy, because the crux of these things center around freedom of speech is threatened.
Yeah.
Opposition politicians have been arrested or what you call them for speaking up. And we know, say, then Tia, you know, all that things that way likely they threaten, you know, the safety, peace, and security of a country. And Femi mentioned Peter Tosh, peace and justice. So you see how the caller Donka highlights, it's supposed to be a simple thing about census, but now there are threats about people living in certain parts of Sierra Leone not feeling safe, that if they're not grilled and count them, you know, then go face some kind of thing. And we have seen in certain parts of that particular, in that part of Kenema, I'm sure other things that don't happen. We host them, don't burn they don't burn people they host there, they don't chase people there. You don't want to ignore these things. Don't shove it under the carpet and pretend like it's not possible. It is possible. So now it make where the alarm bells hear the sound, the people we concern have to listen and take them thing here serious. What do you have to say, T-Boy?
Well, I can answer a Femi question. And I'm not really saying the guys have the Katakumbi.
Long step, Katakumbi. Yes.
As they say long step, so 90 boy jump.
Because anyway, knowledgeable information, because this is a clear insight of the demography of what we really talk about in our census. And again, this demography don't tell you exactly certain locations then. At first, I was a bit skeptical. Okay.
So you be there like Juma, what's that? But begin to with data now of them. In no use GPS count, you know. In a country, they tell you give you landmark, they tell you which one are the neighbor, even give you street address. And I know about some of those houses.
So basically, I was a bit skeptical when he started, and then after like few minutes down the road, I began to realize, okay, this is now open view dynamics of voting it is said to me say right now what but again, I haven't had the audio, so I cannot verify the thread, but these are serious issues that we possibly have to be talking about, because again, we can't shy away from things like this. It might be an opinion of him thinking some of these things they really happen so na the pass of Sierra Leone and they go trigger another.
No, but it said audios, 2 audios.
Well, audios. Well, again, like I said, I'm not the audio, but there are possibilities. Again, those audios can be verified or can be verified by whoever hears it.
Cybercrime unit.
Yes, they cannot be justified by just saying, yes, I don't hear it means it's legit. But we've seen physical evidence of things happening within certain areas in Sierra Leone. We've seen physical evidence with issues of authorities, them as in security apparatus, the way they marginalize certain set of people in Sierra Leone. We've seen that. So those are clear evidences of realities of what is happening. For the audios, I cannot justify them because anybody can make an audio. You don't know who the person is, whether for or against anything. But the audio, they signify certain concerns. And these concerns, now in this particular man, don't can highlight. So as far as me concerned, these are concerns of allegations. They have to be taken seriously until proven otherwise. That's one. Two, when concerns like this done all over the country, where we self-aware of some of the issues then. For example, even the issue where they talk about, so they say politicians were arrested for their freedom of speech. That's a concern that will raise a lot of profile. We go ignite to anything. So these are some of the things that we get for talk about. Again, we get a caller from Twitter where say, well, even though these people are pushing, as in governance are pushing people towards the wall, let's just ignore them because it's not far from now. We'll go able for cast we vote and vote them out. If that's what they choose to do because of bad governance, that's fine. But I think I am not in favor of the fact, say, oh, I don't like this party because they're not doing me the favor what I want, then make they vote them out. I don't believe in that vote. I believe in the votes where you not perform well, then you should be kicked out. Simple as that. Basically, give chance to those who wants to come and deliver. And if those come back that you say they will deliver, they don't deliver, we'll kick them out again. Simple as that. So basically, this is an eye-opener for we way they listen and we way they talk. And when I say we way they listen, we way they talk, the messages then where we they carry along with what they say, we can justify 100% of our messages. So that's not a question mark. But I cannot justify somebody else's opinion.
But at the same time, we're not going to dismiss them.
Thank you. But at the same time, we're not going to dismiss them.
And it's for the authorities for make sure say they listen.
So go and
do what they're supposed to do. The information is out there. You go and verify. You have a cyber unit. You have the way to track it because you've arrested and jailed people for things they've said online. So it is their responsibility. Let's take this call here. So.
Okay.
Hello, caller.
Hello, I call from London.
Yes, caller.
Concerned citizen. Okay. Yeah, I just get a question regarding the previous caller we begin analogies will be the talk say. I just want to ask one question because it look like say wow, they get something where say I don't know if you get proof of that. He say World Bank says 796.
So you missed that part, the World Bank with him?
The census we do 2015 not credible. You said, well, they listen, that's what you say. They said, well, now the same World Bank, now they pull out last minute. Then they say, we just left the government, let it do what they do. That they talk, we all are Sierra Leoneans, right? Yeah. Then in one, that T-boy ask him if he say this thing credible. In one grain, he say no, because he say no credible. So I they wonder why it is for left let the government continue for do the census.
That's a question as well,
yeah, and the question really what I want to ask is a World Bank disqualified our census difference in the day. He talk him way he talk to her. So I don't know if we not pick him up.
Well, I heard that he mentioned say, oh, that one did not be incredible, but I tried to challenge him, but I'm not going for labor much on that.
Yeah, but he mentioned World Bank, say World Bank. So I just want to know say he read I'm like show me. I go read that man.
Okay.
So, really, if World Bank say that,
then. So I think you listen. What's his name? Ronald Abu Bangura. If you can type up, and respond to the caller. If you get any reference points where the World Bank says the 2015.
And for buttress census, come on, we don't say it's the popular salon. Would they go to 15,000? You understand? That in one week or 10 days?
3 days.
3 days. Can you imagine that? Who's I? Yeah, it's nothing like credibility. The people are not fool when they say no. They're not meet the criteria for doing the census. You see, this is not about opposition because they say they found out. No. And what's the point? Because if they get census back to 2025, so what's the point of the census? Because we only call it midterm census, it's not midterm. So now my own contribution nowadays. Now really we get people that we want to talk to sometimes, but then they hesitate because of some reason, to be honest. But that's the fact.
Right.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, T-Boy, I've been caught you flow there earlier.
You don't caught me flow. Me flow never caught.
All right, we're continuing.
Thank you. So basically, when we don't look at the whole statement, and I believe, say, the geographical dynamics where this man basically puts to it, well, now, me now for beginning thinking, okay, all this other way point out, where are the houses there? Because
so it's now for you to prove him wrong. I
don't have to prove it wrong because the houses that he made mention of, now so then they call the house them by the people and name them. So
yeah.
So it is not a secret.
Mm-hmm.
If you get I will give you an example. Then go on Osna na Freddie so then call Roger's Yard.
Mm-hmm.
So they name these places by their names of the people who own those houses.
Mm-hmm.
So not so secret. For like identify, okay, this na Minde man na Kono man na Suso man na Limba man na Lokoman.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go on a something maybe full yard.
Mm-hmm.
Because the majority of people in a full house, so you go automatically.
We'll call a full compound kind of thing.
Compound. Yeah.
Mm.
They get also compound.
Mm.
Then get the guy gone. We know things that they say the guy gone.
Mm-hmm.
So this now just food for thought. Now just think about it and then see Usai this whole discussion they end up and Usai it starts. Basically, it starts from where freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to census. So we don't basically get that man for can't talk in views because we've given them the freedom of speech to say things that is not offensive when they cause any kind of riot or chaos within the community. We don't listen to them. Now,
it may be strong views.
Yeah, but
not offensive.
Listen to those views because that's his right to express his views. They are very strong and very straight to the point of what's going to be the implications if we sit by and give a blind eye to this particular issue, then we raise concerns over.
And people don't give somebody an opportunity for can explain why it feels say it necessary for do the census, whether we disagree or not agree with them, but we give them a platform, express yourself freely, right?
Me, as far as me concerned, Bangura in point on the census where it don't make mention, I 110% agree with what he's saying. But I still have my own reserved opinion with the fact that it don't answer all my questions. And if it answer all my questions according to what me and him they think of, me and him, as far as I'm concerned, we are the laymen on this because we don't have the technical and professional experts for lead from the front.
Right.
We have people who are already responsible for that.
And we get a statistician general.
When Madam Usman, if me and you, they see the faults already. If me and you, they identify the timeline already. If me and you, they identify the difficult questions that have not been given answers to already. That seals my own opinion on that particular thing. It doesn't concern me anymore because I'm not foreseeing a fraud. Now, the freedom of speech. Again, Now for Mr. Bangura, make we open the line. Because we don't say this program today in our phone-in program. We did not say that. But we did open the line because he requested. Because Mr. Boyjalo Jamboya is always
he's a contributor. Now one of the contributors.
He's always a contributor. He doesn't call because the phone line is open. He is a contributor to our program. And for anything we have to make contribution to, for any program we run, we give him that opportunity because he is one of our contributors.
Right.
So if we don't identify you as one of our contributors, you automatically they make that phone call. We not even need for ask you. But if you have for come in with a taste, okay, go 1 second, let me just try for wrap up also to talk about it. We'll bring you come in for make your contribution. So basically, we have the mandatory freedom of speech in our platform. Nobody is exempted, regardless of who you are, where you're from, as long as we're able to go according to the mandates of what we adhere to. It's not personal, it's not abusive, and it's not aggression. It's simple, plain, basic.
And if we decide for even court, you don't get people that don't call, don't threaten. We give the opportunity to call 2 or 3 different times, right?
Of course.
They continue, but the only thing they want them say, for the benefit of our listeners and not for divert the conversation, let's stay on topic. So we not tell them say no call. We give them opportunity.
I really believe the essence of the topic is also very, very relevant, and I believe the question they ask for freedom of speech, it has to be freedom of speech, not freedom of necessary speech, because it means it's not freedom of speech anymore. If we not get a platform there for make we talk in a salon freely as citizens, also we get Mr. Animbod mentioned I liked earlier on that the chat group say even we were the Canadian country also as foreigners, we've been given maximum respect compared to the way how we country they respect we now we own country. And it's true.
Right.
It's so true.
Which is sad.
Well, it's not sad, it's pathetic. Because at the end of the day, you expect to go back home and feel like you're home. Not to go back home and feel like you are in prison, whilst you're not home, you have the freedom to roam around and do things as you like because you've been given that opportunity. So the same people that way they run around Afriton, they hold people to hostage because of their views and they don't have the freedom to talk about what they feel like, are the same people who run to the European countries and the diaspora and feel like, oh, no, we have freedom here to do things.
Right. And again, just with the government. So not too long ago, they were the ones trumpeting the relationship with the World Bank and the other international institutions. We president till we say the previous government, the World Bank and IMF won away pandemic. So when come, World Bank and IMF they support them because it get clean bill of health. That's what he called it, something like that. For the country, then they go out and repair the country image. So now because in government they do well, he's on track. In government is on track now, make the World Bank and IMF the supporter. That's what he stated. And they've celebrated. They don't do national tours for celebrate the compact. Say MCC approved them for this, then pass these indicators, this report card. Barometer again, that barometer, this one, this report card. Again. Is it now? Why should they be complaining about the same World Bank?
But I'm going to make few instances the way I kind of agree with. Where you say, well, we can say Parliament not approve, Parliament for approve, Parliament for be part of the discussion, and then now they can say, oh, World Bank, now they praise so because they say international interference with the politics now salon is not good or that. Okay, cool, I agree. But guess what?
Well, we did not praise World Bank.
No. Me talk about the praise. Whether I praise World Bank or not, if I praise World Bank, the World Bank just don't give me some amount of cushion for leverage on the points where they make us citizens say we should not host. Right. Because at the same World Bank back, they give them cushion for say them pass MCC report card or whatever it is. So basically, when it's good for one, it should be good for the other as well. So if you're happy today for the fact that you get a backup from the international communities, why shouldn't I be happy for saying I get the same backing from your same point from the international communities? So if you look at it the other way around, we don't trust our parliament because we feel the parliament is always being compromised for one or two reasons because we don't see what's in the happen there anyway. Whether we agree, but follow the process. Whether the parliament's corrupt, they're not corrupt too. They agree or disagree with you, follow the process.
Follow the process. Then you tell me, say, exactly. This is what I did, but they still they sabotage me. But
so
not
when you put them on records, when you put them on records, it is stand the times. Because at the end of the day, you go talk, say, well, sorry, you guys are talking a lot of what ifs. Because at the end of the day, I took this bill to Parliament. Parliament sits on that bill. Parliament approve and Parliament agrees. Where Parliament give for sign the libel law, where they call it, how you call it, cyber law.
Cyber law,
Where Parliament approve and agree for sign. Also they blame Parliament, say they don't go sign the wrong clause.
Yeah.
They don't go sign the agree. But guess what? If they convince Parliament, can Parliament say yes, they agree? They agree. Whether we like it or not, then they represent me. What in Parliament fail for do? They not can ask me sometimes maybe. Sometimes one way they ask, they agree, say, well, I go ahead and pass them. But that is why parliamentarians should have surgeries within their communities or within their constituencies. But again, that is not a usual practice in Sierra Leone. Right. If that was a usual practice, when they want for pass any bill, the MP will get a couple of surgeries the way they hold for key stakeholders then within the community, not the entire community, but local chiefs, local community heads, local councillors. Come, let's sit and have this discussion. Because then they make sure, say, these local people, these local heads, now then they go out and talk to the people and then count the information. Say, well, Mio constituency, they not agree with ABCDO. Or Mio section, now this they agree. Okay, look, world council, look, we engage back. When I go back to when I give them this kind of information, like we go to them feedback, we take that feedback there for represent we own area, we constituency. Say we are in agreement with this law or we are not. Then they will discuss it now in Parliament, and Parliament bring down the pros and cons for me to agree and disagree and then pass the bill. But maybe that it didn't even happen. Because today, when we send a representative for go cover the incidents where they happen at Cotton Tree, now the police then create the riots. And then talk, say, oh, you're not saying an offense for make you pull camera and film somebody. Really? Then stay home. Stay home. If a media practitioner is walking down the road with a camera and you don't want to be filmed, stay home. Because
there's another incident.
Everybody in that particular area, they get for car arrest you because you don't get the rights for film there.
Okay, and hold on, answer this caller, please. Caller.
Mr. Juma, good morning, Mr. Juma and Chiboy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, una left.
I just asked this question. Is it possible for my Parliament to impeach Marabio?
According to the Constitution, yeah, there are, for impeach the president, yes. But, waiting at the reasons around the impeachment, not only. But, yeah, there are laws in Sierra Leone for impeaching a president.
Because what you can try for act this now we see the audit report talk about 2018, 2019, now this 2020 audit report.
Yeah.
Every report will come out, they get worse. We don't go say this alhamdulillah, anyhow come out, they get worse.
So now Subhanallah no more they say.
Subhanallah.
Okay.
In truth, this guy Kefala now one of the young man and dog out the damaged saloon. Seriously.
So while you keep down, because tomorrow we discuss the audit report, you mind for call tomorrow on that day specifically?
Okay, no problem. Like Mr. Shafara listening, I same Odo up to 2 o'clock today. I listening up to 2 Odo where somebody that is do the same type of remarks concerning the 2 million at Kenema. And this, they need to put stop on this issue. But man, we all will not get any saloon.
Because of the census, correct?
Yeah. I want the saloon will get. I let you get whatever I get in money, you didn't afford land. You need to go enjoy with in a young hometown, when a young country. So please really talk to them and they go to them. This thing they put them this with the peace. So tomorrow I will come and ask concerning this audit report.
Okay, all right. And do your own research as well, because not just for like why you contribution since you did from Sierra Leone as well, yeah? Thank you. Okay, T-Boy, you see this issue, we hope the people that we concerned, if the police can arrest people away, just they pull them camera for video, or we go accompany somebody if not can arrest them. And you get cyber law, you can track people and down for audios the way they do we go against the government. People are raising concern. There are people where they threaten, say audios are out there threatening people, say if they're not count them for these censors, then go burn the house, then go harm them and go this and that. We hope the police and all that concern go do waiting they're supposed for do for make sure say the safety of the and the lives and property of people will be protected throughout the country. Continue, T-Boy.
That is practically impossible.
Why?
Why facing a speed faster that was a year?
I try for absorb and force and they imagine.
Why I say that, to say that's practically impossible. Simple. The police
feel unsafe in the country because I don't want to let them country.
Well, you have to, because the police don't make it clear. It's a crime. And if they can arrest one of the political leaders them in the country, nobody is exempted.
Well, so, the arrest one harass a lot of others.
Well, the one arrest don't send a clear statement, say you will be arrested. If we can arrest Femi in himself, then you will not be exempted. Because one make mention say they don't arrest Femi. Femi was shocked. Because he was not thinking, which Femi? My own Femi? Because I'm sitting down here and I'm at work. So I didn't go arrest me. But hold on a sec, how many Femis do you know? We didn't go arrest. We go make any kind of noise. Will you Femi? There is another Femi. But hold on, Femi and my name. Which Femi they really arrest? Because I'm the only Femi they really arrest. Oh, Femi Claudius Cole. Oh, the politician. Oh, that woman, we get a political party. Oh, yes. What's in the arrest for? Because he refused, well, no, he not refused. He make a statement say, or he asked questions say, if for count me say no count me. Na case.
Na police case.
Na police case, na case, my left for top this thing. Case na case. Na police case, by using the exact word. And then the police answer, say yes, na police case.
By arresting her.
Yeah, of course. So
the police go left somebody in a road.
The police answer the question, say yes, na police case. Now we write, you don't offend the police force and the laws of Sierra Leone, where you say, if for count you, not count you, na police crime. We don't answer your question. Now, what do you get to do about that? You tell me.
Above case.
Well, we don't know it is an above case.
Well, now that's so far now that then they imply we they arrest you, we lock you in above case.
And it always don't be above case. You know how many above cases and don't happen of late? And not to just that, but you know how many above cases and don't happen of late against women in Sierra Leone? You know, okay, la left that. You know how many above cases don't happen at salon against women in key stakeholding position in Sierra Leone? Okay, ma left that. You know how many above cases don't happen at salon to women when are the leading women them in terms of Sierra Leone politics? Okay, ma left that. How many above cases will they wait for ye for people that were there in authority, especially women there, na salon, we go make the headline? And how many buff cases that we know they happen where in a case for equally the same amount of women they are, so maybe of a higher or lower caliber in terms of their profession, where they warrant all the policemen and for make arrest. Let's watch and see what happens to
or where the police then they protect.
Well, protection make arrest for
because
you.
If you not arrest the person, but then you end up even protect her more, even worse. So within I country where T-Boy say, you know what you they do wrong, or even the thing where you go do right, we go equivalent to a crime. We go warrant an arrest and be put behind bars till thy kingdom come.
Can you imagine 5 years ago? Was it 5 or 6 years ago, or some time ago, about 5-6 years ago? We go State House. Imagine Buckingham Palace. We go State House. We meet that policeman waiting up na that small box.
Ricky Olagon.
I want to take a picture from memorabilia of State House. The guy say, but guess what? The guy na robot, he never move. So let's see, we tell you, let you post for car arrest me. And when you hear that post, they never talk. You are a living statue. No movement. I think I can't put myself what you so you know for move. Now the guy say, "Pa, you not snap me," or I say, "Pa, you not supposed for the talk. Why you talk?" you want to snap like a robot. So now avoid me, please. Meanwhile, if you snap me, would arrest you. Illegal for snap now. Show me who's partner this wall. Where puts a camera sign with X middle. Show me back because I'm able for C. So basically, if I can walk and go down Sheikh Stephen Street, I put me towards this Nami waist, I go up and down, like them prison officer the way let the way they proceed properly. They are there and they make Oyoko. Yeah, what's happening, man? Should I be arrested for that?
Well, I'll tell you, say, was it today or na salon? Either yesterday or today, because I see where people are calling the Terry morning already. So, AYV journalist alleged that he was beaten by 8 police officers in a central police station, inside the police station, or at the compound, and beat him because he go for follow-up on a story at 4th Street, where police with him bike bang one school picking, he not team up. So the mago where they run for go, he end up further with him bike. So the people in the community go to her and say, well, now you don't for them, you get for take this picking and can go hospital. In that process, the police officer, what he do, T-boy? They call for backup. When the backup come, they arrest all the people in the area. We mean, did any bystander where they meet and they arrest. So this AYV journalists then get a call, then go follow up on the story. So he go to the scene day, then see I cover, then he follow now central. According to her, he went there, and the police they identified. Say this might be the film. You know, it's make a bring a camera because you talk about film. Say this might be the film. Now me get camera. They all and them beat him, taking phone, according to her, taking wallet, we get 300,000 they with ID card and everything. And then force him into the police station for make a statement. He made a statement, according to her, then turn the statement say, what you call her, violence towards the police. They're 1 person against 8. So they beat him according to him. Then they force him for sign the statement. We then write. Sierra Leone. Then, not long ago, a couple of hours later, I see a press release from AYV and a press release from the police. So the police say they understand, say AYV make this allegation, but then they ask AYV for let the journalist make himself available for help there with investigation. Only in Sierra Leone. I watch me so that. I can play the video audio for you.
Me, I don't tell the end with the bonus to learn for council. Juma, the way how you talk this talk, I don't understand, Jack.
You don't understand?
I don't understand, Jack.
Okay, let me play the audio for you.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I understand the end of the explanation, but how the explanation go to the end, now I don't understand. There's facts, policeman come,
Policeman bang people picking. Yeah.
I'm confused.
Policeman bang, policeman. I play the audio. Okay, I like that.
Play the audio.
It'll be interesting. There's a video, but I'll play the audio version of it. So,
all right.
So listen. Now, a lady voice first, okay? A community blogger or something like that.
A Sierra Leone police of high lows, like I'm not even bothered to even plug my mic or anything. Something just happened right now. A Sierra Leone police officer hit a school-going boy, and instead of him to actually stop and help and do something, instead he ran away with the bike. So on him trying to escape, he actually fell down. So the community people went to him and they were like, okay, just calm down and come attend to this boy and see what will happen, like what you can do next. Instead, what happened next was him. I don't even know how they even got word that he was here or whatever. Then the troop of police just came in, and instead of them to even try to know what happened, try to remedy the situation and anything, instead the thing that they did next was to just arrest the bystander people. And the thing that pissed me off the most was the fact that a lady that was standing by, they picked her up, put her into the car, and not even stop there, they were slapping her. I mean, just imagine, people who are meant to protect us are actually doing this to us. That was why when I actually had my issue, when people were like, you should go to the police, you should report and all of that, I know how the system works here. I don't even know, even if I did anything, nothing was going to be done. It would just be like, you just be careful next time and all of that. You guys should just watch the clip and just see what happened. And I just hope that nobody tries to report my page because of this. If somebody does, yeah, oh my God, you're in heaven, no. But anyway, you guys just see what happened. I just want you guys to actually know before I upload this, so you guys to actually know what's going on. And if anything comes up with the comments or anything, I'll reply to you guys later. This one good morning at this phone thing. They don't go. They don't start taking company no more now. They read people that's why they went there and just take the number. Yes, they never.
We received a call say one policeman. Then our office around this 12 o'clock, we received a call say one policeman banged one chicken where the community people in a 4th Street and the police and they have serious arguments. So I began to drive and go down there immediately. When I go there, I meet the community people and the police, they made them serious ala. So I began to do a video and return our central police for go get the views of DTO where they in charge for traffic for action waiting really happen. So immediately when I go down central, as I reach there, the policeman we have a meeting at central, we have a meeting in our 4th Street. I meet in our central police. They say that the journalist is showing the video. They rush at me, take me phone, take me money in my hand, then beat me mercilessly. Even when they try to identify me, say me a journalist from AYB, I get me jacket. They never listen to me. 8 of them, and they beat me mercilessly. But this is really bad. You know, as a journalist for a policeman, even when you identify yourself, say you're a journalist, you get your paper on, you get your ID card, you show them say you're a journalist. They never listen to me. They beat me like me not thief
man bang me, even when they talk to me, it gets serious also, and I feel serious pain all over my body as I talk so. You know, this really bad. The Sierra Leone police really need to do something towards how some policemen they really can treat journalists in this country. And I always know say they can treat journalists, but this is a testimony to me because this is the first way that happened to me for making policeman, not even one police, 8 policemen them beat me like me that man just because of a book cover and story. They say they want the video. And then take me phone and me and the policeman and they all wear uniform. This also policeman the way that close the way. And this happened inside Central Police, behind the Central Police, and they then beat me 300,000 they send me wallets, me driving license, me documents, I don't see me license, I don't see me wallet, and my phone be even missing. And later on, I then pull the phone when I ask for my wallet, they never for pull the wallet. But the one that will beat me by the same people that they come around, they're able to see 8 of the policemen that will beat me. From there, they force me to go up. When they don't force me to go up, they say me for give statements, they allow me for give statements, they force me for give statement. From there, they turn the case, they say assault of police, I mean assault policeman, which of course not they beat me, that at the end they end up for turn the case from the statement say assault of policeman, and they force me for even sign. Can you imagine after the policeman they don't beat me, they force me, say me for sign power the statement. You know, I really doubt how this country they go now. For let journalists go cover a story, but at the end, policeman them. You know, you get a good policeman them, you get some policeman them where they really brutal, especially the police the way they police bike, where they hold bike them. You get some they were really brutal. The car where they treat me today, real testimony to me for make 8 policemen attack me inside Central Police Station, then beat me, but at the end, they end up for turn the case against me, say, na me brutally assault policeman.
And I watch nobody watch.
I know. Speaking past, there was a year again. Yes, I don't understand this story now. Well, that's the first for good. They do it. That's good. Juma. Now, the bad thing about this, now because again this afternoon, like I said, this afternoon, today Tuesday, yes, Tuesday we don't pass so. In the afternoon, when they say Samuel Kama for go na law court, for go appear in a court. All right, there were schools of journalists around, so we send a representative. So go cover the event and see what's happening. And then call me categorically for telling me, say, T-boy, this didn't happen. Because police are not being stopped well ready so enough of him because it's not crime. Okay, don't worry, ignore them and just focus on what you do, pay attention and not just do anything when not possible to say you go for do. If you feel to say it's at risk, then leave. When do people then go decide for take a break and come back? Because nothing will be happen that thing because they say the case go close by 2 o'clock. So making go take a break and come back, you go buy food and come back. We come back first. Outside they all be assembled, they don't clear them. Then physically begin arrest people and now. Therefore left the position, come outside and did enough for film, this, that, it is illegal. When it became illegal for be a media practitioner, for cover an event, and then police, they stop you for doing so, say it's a crime. So if they can do anything right now, and then get away with them, right? I don't know what else should I say. Because the person began for actually left. He said, boy, yes, not safe for right now. That's for your own safety, your own sanity, go back to the office. Because it's simple. Not go create problem when we no go for
and there not be know whether the report for being be in a good way for them.
It doesn't really
matter. The police are professional, they're doing this, they're doing that, but they're not allowed to say a crime for video or do anything.
Yeah.
Lawyer Femi.
Femi Cole.
Femi, we're ready for listening to this one, but
Juma.
So yes, go ahead.
Juma.
Yes.
You know me big one also.
Maybe.
So because you know me big one, T-boy say na me big one.
Something.
Me a member, I've been small, but a member, no school, no college. I be really tiny. But I remember, and the reason I remember, because my big one, they always remind me why they grew up, of the power of the youth, the power of students. Because then tell me, say, today una na pikin, tomorrow na una get for lead this country. I dey ask una me big one them, when then they been a B, I think was it 1978? 1979, I think. No school, no college. Some of them we Briar, so within our power right now.
Main one was 77.
77, okay.
Yeah.
So we big one the within our power right now. Them in big pass we know so. So some of them are sure say been take part and some of them demonstration they are so. They did not tell them not to protest. They're not old and say they're not supposed for talk, waiting and believe sin are the truth. Why the hell then think say then get the right for suppress people and ways of thinking and talking? Then same police officer also, well not the same police, but the same police force also where they support them so. Like the same police force when then have been students them, they were attacking because they wanted the freedom of speech, they wanted the freedom for do waiting and things say be right for people in the country. Why do people change so quickly? That's the one question I have. But I want left for just now, but before I left for I want talk new last talk. I think say all this no still there, but I'm not going to come back again. Pass if not catch me.
Okay.
But all this Boku talk, I think say the problem with the pauper administration gets now because then they fail for realize or fail for accept the fact say they live in an information age. Unfortunately for them, cameras are everywhere. You cannot suppress the voice of the people anymore. Not so like a first time when a SLBC no more SLBS at the time no more for able for talk waiting day, either be it radio, TV or the newspaper they way day because they're able to manipulate the end day. Right now, every single Tom, Dick and Harry gets a camera phone. So everybody is held accountable for his or her action. And they remind the administration bodies. If they try for change with freedom, make them realize saying that then self it go affect can tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you so much, Femi. And, you know, it's good that you highlighted this issue about information age. It's even the mainstream media, the conventional media, the most reputable or celebrated international media institutions don't embrace citizens media, citizens reporting. It has been embraced, wherein your story is told on court. The one for Yeri Voice, the BBC, the CNN, you know, the Deutsche Welle, the France numero N, and all the one then they all don't embrace. Like Femi stated, it's past the age wherein you censor the news, you have control over it, wherein when they don't take them, then bring a country, you, the person, minister or president, get for come for tell and say, no, cut yanda first before they go plug them in. It does not happen that way anymore. Everything happens in real time. It's organic. It's happening before your face. We make the news, we cover the news, we make the news, we report the news, we edit up all within that 5 seconds. They now you face, you know, they are not to secret society anymore. So the citizens media, citizens journalism, it's here to stay. New media is only going to expand. But Tiboy, like how Femi say, I think what is wrong with the pauper government, the SLPP pauper administration, is just failing to accept that the world does not revolve around them. You do not control people's thoughts, people's opinion, people's perspective about things. We have to coexist. It is the same medium you use to gain power. How you get to governance is what's been practiced. And now that's another use for Momonakana government. This is the government that can, what's in the form? DS, what you call a unit, T-Boy? Huh?
Whose unit?
Directorate of Technology, Innovation, and Science, right?
Those are David Tenge?
Yes.
Yes.
They get a whole directorate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of information, technology, science, blah, 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 blah. Okay? You have that. But you only want to feed us data that you don't take time for edit for suits. Because if you the boast in a world stage, say now Sierra Leone, the mami pong na BM Kubola, no need for worker for go na school, for go check in school, picking in NPSC results. A kinde they just text, waiting at the word for text result or text something, it don't get picking in results, not in phone. But you don't want people to use that phone to document key events, activities, and information and share them. That's not how the world works. Wake up.
Juma,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
These people know for sure. Say technology has changed the dynamics of how the world look at things right now. And they know for say the social media is now the new media. And
that's what it is. Yeah.
And they know that because
like I said, it means what they use for Kamna government.
Because they even make mention of it during their campaign. Say social media is the platform that we have to use.
By who? Who made it? Who made the statement?
The president. Currently.
Now president, right? So, yeah.
So you not even make a secret. It was blatant. Yeah. So not also know the use of social media. So now in fact say they know the implications of using social media. That's why they are stopping everybody from using it, but they can't. Because again, they can only go that far. Like you clearly say, everybody owns a mobile phone now in civilian. If you say the arrest, you can only arrest few. And even when you're making those arrests, they will still film you whilst you're making those arrests. It's a shame where 21st century in the world, salon still not gets any kind of thing where they make mention of CCTVs, not even in our government institutions. Talk less of saying the roads in Freetown. Because as far as me concerned, you get forget video cameras na strategic government institutions then because you need for know exactly what's in the happen. You even go to a police station right now, say they don't get camera there for CCTV camera.
State House gets case where they say they go for go kill the president. They ask for CCTV. Take case done, take the paper, wait for the camera.
Because
because lights not been there.
Forget about light surface. Because if you didn't go say until light not there. But if you mean there, the president in your office definitely get generator. So if for day in operation.
No, the generator be there only for power outside the president, they not outside the security then they.
Well, anyhow we say that's the amount of high risk we are in Sierra Leone. High risk. Because it means nothing should be captured on the camera. But gone are those days where you go actually scrutinize one person and the next one nuggets. Because I will say 7 in 10 Sierra Leoneans have a mobile phone. 5 in 10 Sierra Leoneans have a digital phone. No, a digital phone will go online. I will say 5. I will go even say even raise them up more. 6 out of 10 Sierra Leoneans have access to internet.
And not get waiting for it, but get
on their phones. They have access to internet on their phones because they want to be able to communicate. They want to be able to reach out to people. So gone are those days where you get for begin hold your phone, they spend money for that. You only need 10,000 euros for get free internet for the holding and salon. Yeah, but again, that serves for specific purposes. But all I'm saying is, you cannot suppress technology.
Right.
You can't. Because even if you suppress technology, it'll come back and haunt you. And how they come back and haunt you, the same thing where they take suppress and wait, then back they take for haunt you. A couple of weeks ago, I ran a project in Freetown on mobile phone filming devices, how you can use it and utilize it well. But guess what? These kids went out on the road to do some exercise. And they filmed. They were on exercise, so policemen and stuff. They have a film now. They was about they on a project, and this is the project we were on. They actually explain everything in details. Then the police still insists, no, can't give me. And they delete the picture. And the Bobo conveniently give him the camera, the phone. Okay,
yeah. Operator.
No, he gave him. He deleted the picture. And he felt satisfied.
But no, say they're not the trash.
Thank you. So the picture is deleted. And then the Bobo take the phone back now and he said, thank you, sir. He go. Yeah. But guess what? You don't know nothing about the phone. You don't know nothing about phones yourself. So you feel so you delete that picture, they found the Bobo, it means the picture is deleted. No. It's not deleted. Because the picture then had the bin. And when the Bobo go now, they ain't go empty the bin. So the Bobo still get the access for use the picture if you want for use down. So if you don't commit a crime in front of that Bobo, they don't snap you.
You feel you're safe.
You don't know nothing about.
Well, see, boy, you know sometimes they can catch me, Coco. And I laugh sometimes because the biggest wardrobe scandal in Salon. Now so get up. The biggest wardrobe scandal in Salon. Wardrobe allowance.
I don't understand. What
people when they give wardrobe allowance, but they know they wear clothes. Their picture, their video appear na public.
Who's I come out?
Anyway, all right. Well, I left it. I know say we audience then go answer. Wardrobe allowance. You know, care about wardrobe allowance. Where Parliament ask for wardrobe allowance, but video come on the way people they ask say, how you go ask for wardrobe allowance, but you know wear clothes.
Yeah, you will have to do the man. I'm more than that first.
Okay, all right. We speak of Parliament, right?
Okay.
We speak of Parliament in video come on not on social media, they use that. They use the video, they wait call like come on That's one. Two, when these governments come, wardrobe allowance. So when these governments come, who side them they run their government?
Social media.
Social media. Not so then they make announcement, they sack people, they appoint people, they even they leak information about people.
Yes.
So why is it
at some point I ask, say, why do we have to run? Hey, can you imagine where people in higher authority they ask you, say, you don't have a subgroup? Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Godfather, salute our place. Imagine people in high positions are asking you, the layman, hey, but you see that message there? Whose message? So you know our subgroup. So it is the means of dissemination of their information to the wider community all over the world. So basically, if it is good for you when you want to use it, why isn't it good for somebody else when they want to use it as well?
Right.
So you can't be saying to people, oh, now only the Minister of Information, they get press conference at Salon every day.
And on Facebook, they broadcast.
Thank you.
They're not the broadcaster on their website too, because your website is even a form of social media. But you don't trust it, but you publicize it, you broadcast live on Facebook, and then you ask your boys to share it on WhatsApp.
So who's the first lady they broadcast all the events that happen at Salon? Now the website?
Who's the president they tweet every day?
No, they give messages the way they give every day.
Right.
Come on. So let's be honest about certain things the way they say.
We first lady, according to T-Love, I need to host T-Love. T-Love is interesting. They say we first lady then a think tank, you know. So not today we first lady don't go. We president even they dance, he get dance video then a TikTok.
Exactly.
Yeah. They get memes them of president, but who memes them of president?
So this not the same social media what they oppose so. What they talk saying a crime for like you film person, or they talk say the devices should not be utilized because it is illegal. Or they talk say again conflict of interest, double standard, and we raise the bar for the people who want for money and we don't want for grab back again. So I don't know what you get for do again for make things right, because as far as we're concerned, all these are measures that should be put in place where they allow people then for do things not to be offensive. But if you know that you're not hiding anything, you don't have nothing to hide, you should not worry about these things. Because as far as me concerned, if you have anything that you think you don't want the world to know, keep it.
Right.
So basically, everything that happens on social media is not regulated. If Facebook feels to say today they don't want for hosty boy, they want for short me account, I don't have control over that. Now Facebook, the mandate says, sorry, we know they host you today, they close you down because you don't adhere to the rules and regulation. I agree. But guess what? If I'm able to talk to Facebook on a one-to-one basis, I will ask for justification. That's the privilege that you will not have when you use social media platforms that you don't have to follow or you don't want to follow their rules and regulation. It's simple. So basically, Salon gets the real rules and regulation, and we just don't pass the law, say, freedom of media practitioners in Sierra Leone is endorsed by the government and by the president. Only a couple of weeks or months ago, I saw that video myself, not so nobody tell me. And then back again, they still don't pass the cyber law, say you are committing a crime if you film any government official and he feels threatened. What?
Like come on our government. Not so then Papa gets the country. I would not tell you this. Salona we all Papa then gets like how foot of state say Salona all Papa then die left and give it.
So it is really sad, and it is extremely sad. But like me, so I don't know for you, Juma.
Talk about for you.
Me, I talk for myself. I am a qualified media practitioner. I don't know for you. So when in the old, and therefore all for we practices. If the practice where at the practice is not in the interest of Salon, arrest me, I'm ready to face that jail term. But guess what? Some of you get for face jail term now, Salon, whether we like it or not, because of the thing that we do, we don't have no repercussions to say, oh, I'm thinking back or thinking otherwise. I'm not holding back. No, that's not true. I am holding back because there are certain things I will not say. So I lied there. I am definitely holding back. Otherwise, not because I'm scared, but as my practice, I have to be a professional. So it's not about witch hunt, smear, or whatever you might call it. It's the justification of the reality. Some of these things not to read the same. Anyway, it is in the faces of people. Not a secret, hide, no side. Everybody they see the blatant operations of the police force in Sierra Leone. I never can justify unto you.
See, boy, you see these people, like I say, not even. In the midst of the war in Sierra Leone, when things were like really tough, 1997 coup, okay? They took over the country. Where people, when people want information, they will find it. When people want to share information, they will find a way to share that information. When people want to communicate and transact business, they will find a way to do so. For the benefit of the one that we know, 1997, we'll get the AFRC coup. We had the pirate station at the time, 98.1. Okay? When people were ready for listening to 98.1, they were raiding. The AFRC government, they raid mosque. Then they're going to have people in toilet, latrine, say now they the radio station there. Okay? People find a way to listen to 98.1. How will they do? Will they go na house? All man go leader. Imagine this time now the one whole family they lead on. Now the same bed, they would take the radio, put it under the pillar. They will lead on top for listen inside your house. For that 9 months day, people found a way to get information and for listening and for get the news. So you can't stop people from filming or sharing the information.
The more you make information difficult to retrieve from people who wanted it, the more it becomes accessible to them.
Exactly. And people become creative in ways for sharing.
What's it become accessible?
You know what, when they talk about WhatsApp, this, that, do you know why WhatsApp is more relevant now? Because they're not there with the times. They're not, they take advantage of the power of WhatsApp and social media. If they were using it for the right reasons and share information in real time, then all the rumors where they happen, not go happen, because already we don't get official statements. We get something for where and with if somebody come with something we not real. But the other one that they say not real, now they come out, that's the only information people have to feed on, and I know they share.
Yeah.
By the time when una they come and make sure say it endorse what una be don't condemn sin a lie. Take for example the audit report. It's been reported over a year ago by drips, drops.
And there's a lie. All the fabrication is
how they call it sensationalism. Now audit report is here. So we find out tomorrow whether waiting the drips drop maybe don't they come from Africanist press another angle, whether it's true or not. We go listen up tomorrow. Femi I don't catch Femi in Kroko. Come back, Femi, come, no shame.
Femi Cole?
Yeah. No, Femi Cole's junior, man, Femi Cole.
You see, somebody been talk say at Remy Bongaid and not call Narata. 90 boy do we so earlier on. Boys say he go talk.
Yeah.
But certain thing they will not go talk. But he talk certain thing them. Oh yeah. Juma, this talk, yeah, not get for done just now.
True.
Sierra Leone get big problem. As I say, you know, they unfortunately for them, they find themselves the govern the country, the tell communication to open the world. You know, and they have to learn to deal with it. But, you know, as you say, they're not able to deal with social media rightly. They were good at it when they be there in opposition. But I guess right now, too much thing for them for doom. Then get for fair way for hide, then to treating away, they don't go kapu.
And then get for collect the party and then they compete.
So time not there for sit down for do all that thing. You know, then time full up, they gather. And right now, they say 30 million in the Common World Bank for census. They won't get that than the services. So, unfortunately for them, they don't get time for do any other thing.
Right. So, you're absolutely right. It's a shame. And, you know, it's make T-Body, the references to them the way them feel say Sierra Leone is really oppressed. The rebels. When the rebels capture people, them negotiation with them, they do, the first thing that they want is means of communication. They want satellites, radios for communicate, right? Because no one wants to feel isolated. They want for share with the rest of the world, you know, how then they do, you know, what to make them relevant and all that, and they want for communicate with them people them and them supporters them. So if you people and they every day, hey, Africell don't sponsor we for do this clock tower here and there, when they go launch them. But when I know all people use Africell data for for share videos and audios. Come on, man. They not like Africell, not like Orange for sponsoring you guys. So left people then give them the freedom. Yes, T-Boy.
Well, Africell only good for sponsor, but they're not good for make people use the network for do what they want for do.
Well, then they use that, then they make money. So now that's I mean. And if we sell get for continue for sponsor now, so if they either they make money now the people get for buy data, whether they're able to use the data for share the information, but at least then they buy data. And that data then they buy now if we sell go use for sponsor now. If not that then you end up back cuts like how World Bank don't cuts that problem.
So if all side cuts that one thing go left for Inkpa. Somebody asked me one question yesterday. He said, not yesterday, I think day before yesterday. He said when monkey one for die, where you shoot on a stick. It calm down because me young question with me argue with the person. He said when monkey will shoot up now sticky they for don't he die. Now that's in a lie. He said, what do you mean? I said there is no way they shoot monkey up sticky cordon before don't like one. Monkey when you shoot up sticky, if you see grip that stick back with the one hand. Pass you claim now go meet up and but they die with that stick in hand also back.
So how do they make an how do they elephant that's what tell me?
No, that make elephant.
Yeah.
The person say this power governments don't fail, but then just one for commerce and illegal. Then the whole last ticket they pass them cost they ask.
So they come out. Now they die, we dry up here.
Thank you. Yeah. We they die up the tick. I don't know. But you can go to
now one thing will be no more.
But you can cut me and I'll come up that ticket, they'll ban it for them. So basically, my analogy to that, in fact, say these guys know that they have failed. So they do what guys say right now.
For Sidon.
So if you say you are for bull, then I'm already for cut down of that ticket.
For cut it.
You can't say you're not agree for that ticket. You shoot monkey up ticket, they can't do. You get for claim go with our police. If they die over, they can't do. You get for. You might never see them shoot monkey up ticket for them.
Now, therefore, begin find out, but.
Check Malawi of that chimp sanctuary, go tell you for fact. Because I don't live in a monkey community. Because village they never come monkey in it. When they shoot monkey up tick, if Panama in order drop na gun before you shoot and you shoot up that tick, if you see grip that tick so back in it can dog. And because the monkey no for say there is no way you go for go claim go meet up yonder. So you know it's a
in the candle.
In the candle.
All my losses.
You get for fair now how you go cut the monkey and up that tick.
Wow. If
you watch most monkey when they kill na bush again, that's the reason. So now me analogy Danny, because as far as me concerned, these people have done everything.
T-boy say the monkey they will get a salad. And Dr. Bright say the grumpy they eat the rat and don't big pass the puss. T-boy say the monkey they will get a salad. If una piece them on they shoot the optic there for don't kind of na lie this pass when shoot them they die. Pass when I go cut the tick because one day monkey they kill na bush. No, they will not get an.
Monkey they kill up tick they for don't die na go na lie.
For don't die na go.
No.
So how for cut the pauper monkey?
We go for ready for cut the anyway older branch. Yeah, they say pauper. If you say an easy thing, that's an embedded ideology for uproot them out of whoever don't take them in. It's hard.
Get a monkey.
Thank you. So we're not just going for sit down, they talk. Who don't kill the monkey now? Go for go cut it and make it for them. So beggar. No foresee they exist again. But as far as me concerned, I think we got to begin look at the entire so very seriously. It looks like he's crazy, he's mad. But guess what? When you haven't done the right thing for a nation, the nation will revolt against you. We don't see so many uprisings that other happen at different countries there. We're not pleading for a prize, we're not asking for one. We're not even anticipating none. But it's just the facts of the matter. People get for really think, say, hey, but we're not a mortal man. Una not get hurt because again, if you are heartless, maybe I can understand. But you guys are humans. You've seen some of the things that have happened to Sierra Leoneans when you are in opposition. We've sat on the same table with some of you guys. We've dialogue. We've campaigned against APC. We've made sure that what they are doing that was not wrong, we are highlighting it.
What was wrong?
What they're doing that was wrong, we are highlighting it. And you guys were singing the praises of what people were doing behind closed doors in front of the public domain. And now you are there now, suppressing people not to do the same that they were doing for you guys when you're in opposition. How fair can that be? You don't even have the mind to say to people, okay, we don't do wrong, we don't start with first 2 years, we don't decide, but let's reshuffle, let's rearrange. Look, come back to the drawing board and see how we go wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. A good leader is somebody who listens. with somebody who sits on the round table and have a dialogue with people who knows better than him. You don't have to be the best scientist, the best doctor, the best lawyer, the best architect, the best nothing to become a leader. You need to have a very good management skills to put people together who have the expertise and have them to be able to execute what they're doing. That's all you need to do. It's just management structure. Yes, the buck ends with you. It means if everybody fails to perform, then you step in and see where they're going wrong and correct it. But I don't know who's the rocket science for like we full much money like a woman, no gets no political will for go sit down and run any government institution, but we see the mistakes they want to make. And you guys have all the professional ethics, you have all the experience, you live in the diaspora, you know what practical issues are, you know what psychological issues are, you know what technical issues are, you have the skill sets. Because you guys were trained by people who have embedded trust in you to deliver. Why can't you deliver in Sierra Leone, but you deliver wherever you've been before in the past? You've have jobs in public offices in the diaspora, in America, in other places, and you've delivered. You haven't been corrupt because you're scared of your integrity, you're scared of your jobs, you're scared of even your family name. Or your country name for saying a Saloma na they disrupt so, or a Saloma na catch thief so. You don't even afraid for your country name. But as soon as you reach that salon, you've been given an opportunity to serve in governance. That ethics, that principle, that value that you have experienced it for years, is just going down the drain. Like it never existed. For what? Financial gain, properties. When you build all those houses, you earn all this money. Are you going to be buried with it?
And some of the house they get, get water. Toilets.
People say the house they get water and they get everything, but is that enough?
The house for go the road no day.
Come on.
If so because if you put water, you want for a lot of people use the water, but because you know a lot of people use the water, you rather let the host the water, not the road no day for go the host, but you get big jeep for passing the road.
We get for begin think, man. Not to say that rocket science. Because we will fool, we not get sense, but at least we they think better than Una. We get the science, but we get the degrees them all. Some of who not go school self better, but that lame man at bush able for run in governance, able for run in small community. The village then within a salon where they expect self-say lights, they then get clean communities. They're able for actually structure themselves, say morning tell them grab them, they're gonna farm, everybody goes to their own farms, then come back in the evening and cook, everybody go to bed and sleep.
And they put law say yanda na be gone. They're not for do certain things then they that farm day, that particular bush they will not for farm day this year, we get for left farm for 3 or 4 years. But now they go capture all to na bilusa and are not supposed for bill. Inside gutter, all this are the first government where they give people a permit na gutter. The waterways where Juba block, who that they host the flood yonder.
Imagine.
So now they give land permits for people for building inside gutter just because you want to spite the mayor. This is where they make for dirty box. Say, look, can't put the dirty box here, they can't collect. Una go una broke day. Say no, because na the mayor, this land not succeed now. Yes, Femi, I don't catch Femi in cook.
What? Juma T-boy, what address been there na Freetown where that been dirty box? Who that member?
The only address where we na dirty box where me sabi na me area na central. Well, not to central, self na eastern. But the most popular one, I don't remember actually, to be honest. But me own na me area, I been sabi.
Okay, I guess we audience then will tell you. So what address mean if you see woman give the addresses, you can pay me. The T-box in the end.
The T-box. Now outside the central or outside?
But you know, waiting T-boy and Juma been talk so just now is so true. You know, they need permission for go build a gutter. I know you Dandy to Juma, so you get for sign for Dandy.
No, it's true. There was a big fight between then go give permits for go build car wash at the place. Can you imagine the big waterway? I think it was in Lumley there. There was a big fight between Tiboy Impadi, former Minister of Land, Sandy, and the lady. Then beats the lady in, you know, like how them one beats the mayor, like how them beats the mayor, no, so then beat the lady in. It was a big problem.
Feminine, say Mabela. Mabela. Femi Cole.
Femi don't fasting first. Well, me no say no more. We get our address na 4th Street Redfield. If you see who fix the address, then at the big field they go meet before you reach Edwards Primary. Yeah. Anyway,
no, but you see, when we talk about salon issues, I'm thinking this amount of freedom what they talk say people and for exercise their rights, forget their freedom of speech and possibly arresting politicians, not just politicians, but citizens for the fact that they get views not in favor of what you stand for. I think is wrong, because at the end of the day, like I said earlier on, I don't even know what thing will be the crime when they go arrest me for a salon. I just don't know what crime, because you don't even know what's in the right thing they get ready to do or what's in the wrong thing they do. You work yourself front cut in 3 or front lock cut, person will tell you no work over that side, look on this side. It's not stick it, for God's sake.
And they're brutal towards the person. You know, when we explain the person, no nothing.
Come on. Either because of Samuel Kamari can law courts for can answer to allegations, it means the one who fit on for go into standstill.
Yeah, they don't block. And now you know they don't say after today. Now the case where they go to court now from January, now you know, behind closed doors. Can you imagine? Anti-Corruption Commission, I don't allowed this big thing, but now una say now behind closed doors.
Well, it better me than do them behind closed doors. At least they're not going to interrupt the traffic of people already go about their daily business. Because at the end of the day, then they create chaos in the community, in the city. Then they create a lot of people and will begin things out and they don't go to school and worry because they don't know what's in the happen, because they see trucks and trucks of police officers or military men in a strategic position in Africa. You don't
need all that, but you don't need all that. So what you
need it. You don't need it.
What you need for do, because this is a case of public interest, of public concern. So what you do, you allow camera and video the thing live. When it sat inside, so people go sit down at the house and watch.
Exactly.
Yeah. They sit down at the house, they watch. We sat inside each one, I think, say possibly for security, other thing.
Mute
the audio, exactly. As simple as that. People want to know. Don't tell us after the fact, because now all of a sudden people go still not believe una, so una get something for hide, or they don't bribe una. So you see, they will work for una.
As far as me concerned, I think we get to look at this on a different level of how people then they assess freedom of speech, pardon me, and how you're able to participate in an environment where conducive for like everybody feels safe. Because as far as I know right now, salon is not an environment where you will get the amount of freedom where you go out for exercise. So my advice for holiday makers going to Freetown, I'm not saying don't have your freedom of speech, but just be mindful, say it might lead you to the 4 corners of Panemba Road or Adelaide Street or Aberdeen or Lumley Police Station, because that's the nearest from the beach. And that beach there, police go stop you for loitering. All man they waka up and down, then go stop you say for loitering. All man they waka up.
When me say police stop me, say the lady say in spirit tell and say for arrest me.
And I will say the same spirit will tell you for arrest this man. May that same spirit they come back for change your mind.
He said that the spirit 20,000 lions die. And spirit tell and say no arrest me again.
No, but it's sad. It's really sad, because we got to rely on the force for good for protect the interest of Sierra Leoneans, not so for inflicts harm on the Sierra Leonean population, because that is what it looks like right now. So when you look at what thing they happen now, the police don't get full right for take advantage of any Sierra Leonean, because then go accuse you so you don't broke the law. What law? Cyber law, criminal law, call it what may you might think it is, but you will be arrested for nothing.
That.
Wait. In the side and that is part of the world the whole day. When policeman stop you, if you get the right for ask and say, why did you stop me, sir, Mr. Officer?
But they ask you first, do you know why I stopped you?
Well, some of them go ask you, when meet the arrogance one, then go out for ask you questions. Say, okay, I need to ask you questions. I need you to provide X, Y, Z. You can ask now, why did you stop me, sir, Mr. Officer? Because I don't know the reason why I've been stopped. And then you get the right for explain to you why he stopped you.
Or at the end of the day, it will give you a paper for tell you, say, I stop you because of this, can report, or I just they give warning or something that shows you when I get interaction. And that paper, not so ghost paper, it writes in name and in identifier in your number where it gets, you know, and whose division it come out. At least there'll be something if you take on somewhere, then we'll able to explain. But like I will say, we're not going to do this conversation today. We'll carry round up and we'll go there also again with Una tomorrow for discuss the audit report. So there, one for Una go scatter the audit report and carry it whatever information we're able to get, and we'll open the phone line, and there are other issues that we will discuss as well. T-Boy, you're rounding up statements, and Femi self rounding up statement or close. Let me come. Vit.
And they keep me rounding up statements with the point we are watched today. Interesting. And I always say in Sierra Leone, we have enough people with skills and talents and the ability to do things only when they are suppressed. It doesn't continue. So as Sierra Leoneans, if I play the audio long, it's a video, but I think it's long, but I'll not play it. Maybe I'll play it tomorrow. But I'll just get one line on where I like from the audio. One line, me main line. Femi, that's you that line there. I think I don't show you that line there, Femi. The line say, we are getting to the airport and change the pilots by the ballot box. You hear that?
Well, I think we should play the video tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, do the power one come full with sports and angry gods denier? Talk and do wash me eye, because I come.
Well, me the line will be left, T-Boy.
I never remember the line properly. I forget boku.
We are tired of your endless lies. So now you listen to our cries. That's the line I like.
You know, these are, but the thing where they amaze me, as me around the speech, I just want to say to Sierra Leoneans them, we have talents, we have skillful people, and especially when the country they in oppression most times, then skills just so they emerge, but it doesn't last. And I wonder why it doesn't last. Because if you have those skills and you can actually interpret your skills the way you do when you are suppressed, it means you should be able to excel when you have the freedom. Now that you can think wisely, you can write wisely, you can do things in a very safe environment. Now that continues to the now for mixed Learners then get, because you do. Don't just start off all this stuff and then it dies out when you're not comfortable. When you're not thinking, okay, you're not being oppressed anymore. So that's the end of your statement and the work that you've been doing that was good. So I want to say thank you to all the one who don't support me. We don't come online on Facebook, on YouTube. I haven't been interacting much today with me YouTubers, but I follow up all their conversations and it's been lively. We two brothers then right now we're there on a very serious discussion with the rest of the others then we did it. So very interesting conversation. Sometimes it's good for you guys to be watching across the platforms that we share, because it's very interactive for make we able to know how people think on the different platforms. It's totally different. The engagement of what's that happen on YouTube is different from the engagement that happen on Facebook. But sometimes it's good to have those sort of interaction and see exactly what's in the discussion on those two platforms. But I want to say thank you once more to everybody for your hard work, for your participation, for keeping you guys for so long, sometimes at night, and even specifically tonight. And because of when they give you the opportunity for Moku Kansi don't talk Uboku talk. But again, people appreciate the fact, say, we they open up the discussion, we they open up the mindset of the way they think about certain things, where they might as well just say, well, okay, this is a good conversation. Now, like I keep company in a way that you don't find it on a regular basis every other day. So tomorrow, now the controversial one with me and the woman and get for Barina. So now ready for me tomorrow. Now ready for conk me now. Only me until now ready for me tomorrow, because tomorrow I dey against Una bang, because I always don't fight for now. But this time around they let me down small, and I'm not in leg for Lekum and they let me down because I'm so passionate about female involvement in our communities and in our societies, because I always believe, say, we need to have that equal opportunity regardless of your gender, because your opportunities are equal. So we have to act in that capacity, not because of we are women and we should be saying, oh, if man costs me, or if woman costs man not for respond because you a man. But think, say, you not woman, but you don't cost man. But if you cost woman, you expect like woman respond because you also not woman. So on not scared for discrimination in that capacity, because also we are humans, we feel the same pain that you guys feel, not exactly the same anyway. But when it comes to certain things, then yes, we share equal kind of emotions, but your emotions are more stronger than us, because now on our bone we, now on our men we, now on our look after we. So sometimes when those comparisons are made, I find it too contradicting, because at the end of the day, we dey advocate for making I get 50-50 equal opportunities as well as men, equal job sharing, equal pay. So everything that should be equal. To man, the discussion and the way they get to now, we have some things. Some of them go like and some of them not go like. But guess what? It's food for thought. We're all here to learn and share our ideas. We will pick the good one them, we'll take away the bad one them. So thank you very much for watching. And Merry Christmas in advance. The promises of Christmas will still be in place. We're still there intact with that. So definitely, we're not going to disappoint you. I'll go sky for bringing something for now, slightly different from all the normal discussion now. So if you get Christmas message now, for begin put them together, because we get for asking for a Christmas message. So basically, those are some of the surprises we have for you for Christmas. It is coming. So thank you once more, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Over from me on end, and I'll pass you over to Juma.
All right, well, let me go to Mr. Pama. Last word for today's program.
Okay, first of all, I want to tell we fumble them. Thank you, and join me as usual. Without them, we wouldn't be here. We talk boku, we share, we learn from each other, all for the benefits of we country and we people them. I want to tell Juma and T-Boy plenty thank you, because they try, they do an amazing job. You know, with man and say, you know, wise heads on young shoulders. So and Kise Juma. T-Boy, waiting with brother Emma since. T-Boy, you remember? No, you say you na grandpa na pikin kanda.
Okay, that's different, yeah.
So you see, it's the same if you translate up by English. Na wise head on young shoulders. Una talk like big man them, you know, una put we right. Sometimes una mislead really little bit, but una try una do very well. So we thank you guys for steering the conversation. We thank all of our callers, all of our listeners, all of our contributors, both on YouTube and on Facebook. A couple of things before we go. One, for una show tomorrow, or for the show tomorrow, I just my only contribution to that show in advance. It look like say we leaders in Sierra Leone get something against women, especially progressive women. It will be nice tomorrow when I talk that talk dey, una look at that point dey. All the one the way dem seem forget serious plaba with na woman them. All the man the way make all kind noise but this census thing, we never see they arrest any of them. But then just the intimidate and arrest certain woman the way they in a prominent position. I wonder why. But before I go, I want to tell one story. But this pa he puts na in family group say if then can get some money, he ask for money in the family group. Open one. Now one young man he takes am privately say, pa, send me your account, make I put small thing there for you. Now the pa tell and say, no worry for putting nothing there for me. I no want your money. I just talk a normal at the group so that Jama go no say, but they no go can ask me for money.
Deep. So the power play add up for protect in zone. Just like how, them wise man them na salon, to na no way come out na polygamous homes, we can wonder better no day, but they're able for control the family. You know why? Because they get that box where they don't put law, say this chop box, I mean them board box them, where they don't build. So now the whole assets that one day where the pa gets with him bed and one chair and some bench with pan lamp and an umbrella. Sometimes it gets ready, sometimes it get ready. If not full man, it get ready. So if full man get ready, say, you don't get money for buy Okada. So the pa go always make sure say that your box, you put big stone on top and warn the wife. They call all the wife, they say, when I see this box, let nobody know open them. Say I die. Why I die when I open them? So all the picking and they above. So all man they fall in line, then they behave because anytime they misbehave, now that box 90 party threats in there with. Not knowing where puppy die, then go open the box, for coping not the inside, now stone then the inside there. Well, so that was a strategy for keep the family at peace and waiting. Anyway. So family, yes, family. Good.
But on another interpretation, we big one the way they go and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go tell the world, say, we country, we not get money, una can't give you small thing.
Mm-hmm.
Something that because they not go and make we the civilians them or the citizens of the country expect more of them.
You're absolutely right.
Because then they go and tell you, I know what say. We wait the salon, we poor, we not get nothing. So the people in our salon safe not go able to ask them for them basic rights.
Right.
And then they read into the story.
You're absolutely right. And then they answer Tibo in question, who side them pull the money, we short in, we World Bank withdraw, see they're not able to forgive them. So these are the questions we should be asking. Thank you so much, Femi, for that. And Fambulem, thank you. Udeutuna Tumara. And the freedom of speech, they say freedom of speech. Now you're right, not allow them trample them, then go try, but they're not for able. And the police, we don't argue now, so we see an EU report telling, say, the police now a tool within they use for possibly rig elections and stifle democracy. Government argue them vex. But with waiting they happen, so look like the police get legs for stand on. When I left people them, if they want for do video, for do census, who want for do census, then they do census. Una say pull video and tell people why now they need for let them do census. Log a video competition. So stop harassing people at the right, left, Diana. If you want for do video, say let the people not do census. Left, Femi, Claudio Skull. If he ask questions, say count me, not count me if not police case. Left, Dennis Bright. If he thinks, say, he get for talk to his supporters them, not for let them count them. Now they right. So you self do video and convince me why you think say you get there's a need and a reason for let them come to in this midterm census. So until tomorrow, on behalf of the team, Mijuma Bade say tata.